Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna. I don't hear your. Are you got sound? No. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. So, how are you this morning or afternoon?
Okay, I was cooking.
You're cooking. Oh. Oh, good.
It's 12 here, noon.
12 noon. Okay. All right. All right. So I got to go turn the generator off. I'll be right back. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Ram Hari Ram 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 Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Hari Krishna
Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari
Hare
Ram
Rama Hare Rama
Hari
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare Rama Hare Rama
Hari Ram
Rama Rama Hare
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
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 Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
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 Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama Rama Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare Hare
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hari Hari
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare 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 Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Hare Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Rama Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama Rama Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare
Rama Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Rama Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Rama 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 Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Rama Hare
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Rama
Rama
Rama
Hari
Hare
Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari
Krishna Hare Hare
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hare
Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama
Krishna Hari 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 Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare Rama Hare
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama
Rama
Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hari
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama
Rama
Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Rama,
Hare Rama Hare
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama,
Rama Rama Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari Hari
Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna
Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari Rama Hari
Hare
Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari Rama Hari
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama,
Rama Rama
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Rama,
Rama 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 Rama
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare Rama Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Krishna
Rama
Krishna Hari
Hare
Hari Hari Rama
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hare
Hari
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hari
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Rama,
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hare
Hari
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare Rama
Madhu
Hare
Rama
Nityananda,
Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare Hare
Hare
Shri
Krishna
Advaita,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare
Raja,
Rama Rama
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Radha,
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hari Gaura
Krishna
Bhaktavrinda,
Krishna Hari 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 Rama
Hari
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Rama Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hari
Rama
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Rama Hare
Rama
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 Krishna,
Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare 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 Rama Hare
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama Hare Rama
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Rama
Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
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 Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Rama
Krishna
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hari
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare Hare Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Rama
Hare
Hari
Rama
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna Hare
Rama
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare Hare
Rama Hari
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Rama
Hare Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hari
Rama,
Hari Hari Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama Hari
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare,
Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Krishna
Rama Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Rama
Hare,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare,
Hare
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 Rama,
Rama Hare
Hare
Rama
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna Hare
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Hari Ram, Hari Rama. Rama, Rama, Hari
Hare
Hari, Hari
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hari
Ram
Hari, Hari
Ram Ram Hare
Rama,
Hare
Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hari
Hare
Hari,
Ram
Hari
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hari Rama. Rama, Rama,
Ram Ram
Hari
Hare
Hari, Hari
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Rama. Rama, Rama, Hari Hari, Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama.
Hare
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna.
Ram Hare Ram
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari, Hari
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Hare
Hari Rama. Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari,
Rama
Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna
Hari,
Hare Hare Rama
Krishna Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Hari Hari,
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram
Hari
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari,
Ram
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna.
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Rama, Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hari Hari, Hari Rama. Rama, Rama,
Rama
Hari Hari,
Hare
Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama. Rama, Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama. Rama, Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama. Rama, Hari Hari, Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare
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 Rama, Hari
Rama
Rama. Rama, Rama,
Rama
Ram
Hari
Rama
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shiva Sari, Gora, Bhaktivinda, Jesus, Srila
Hare
Prabhupada, Sri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu
Jaya
Nityananda, Sri
Sachinandana
Advaita,
Jaya
Gadadhar,
Krishna
Shiva
Sachinandana
Krishna Hare
Sari,
Hare
Gora,
Jaya
Hare Ram
Sachinandana Jaya
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Sachinandana
Ram
Jaya
Ram Hare
Sachinandana
Jesus, Jesus, Srila
Hare
Jaya
Krishna
Prabhupada, Sri
Sachinandana
Krishna Chaitanya,
Jaya
Prabhu Nityananda,
Sachinandana
Shri
Jaya
Advaita
Sachinandana
Gadadhar Shiva Sari Gora Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Sachinandana
Jesus
Jaya
Prabhupada
Sachinandana
Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Jaya
Hare Krishna Hare
Nityananda
Sachinandana
Krishna
Jaya
Nityananda
Sachinandana Jaya
Gauranga Gauranga Nityananda Nityananda Gauranga Gauranga Nityananda
Jaya
Nityananda
Sachinandana
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna
Chaitanya
Jaya
Shri
Sachinandana
Krishna
Jaya
Krishna
Chaitanya
Krishna
Shri
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Krishna
Shri Krishna Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Hare
Shri
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Ram
Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Jai Shri Krishna
Hare Krishna
Chaitanya
Hare
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Jaya
Hare
Chaitanya
Krishna
Sachinandana
Hare Krishna Krishna
Shri
Jaya
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare Hare
Chaitanya Shri
Jaya
Krishna
Sachinandana
Chaitanya
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya.
oh my Lord Krishna. Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri
Sri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Jaya
Chaitanya, Shri
Satchidananda,
Krishna Chaitanya,
Jaya
Shri
Satchidananda,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Jaya Satchidananda,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Jaya Satchidananda
Chaitanya,
Gauri.
Nityananda, 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 oh my Lord Nityananda, Shri
Jaya
Advaita
Satchidananda
Nityananda,
Gauri.
Shri Krishna
Jaya
Chaitanya,
Satchidananda
Shri
Gauri.
Krishna
Jaya
Chaitanya,
Satchidananda
Nityananda,
Gauri. Jaya
Nityananda, Shri
Satchidananda
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Gauri.
Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya, Sri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, God, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Gaura Chandra,
Shri
Gaura Chandra,
Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya,
Ram,
Shri
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Shri Krishna
Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Shri
Ram,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri 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 Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare
Rama,
Shri
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Shri
Krishna
Hare Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Chaitanya,
Ram,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna,
Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya.
Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jai. Oh my Lord Krishna, Jai Sachinandana, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. We can get up to 10 people up here, so whoever else wants to come on, the link is on the timeline. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama. What are you doing?
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
You stay out of my
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Krishna
Rama
Hari 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 Rama
all of them.
Rama Hari Hari
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare
Rama Hari Hari
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare Hare Rama Hare
Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Rama
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 Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Rama Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hari Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare Rama,
Rama Hari 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Rama Hari Hari Hari
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hari Krishna Hari
Oh
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari Ram Hari Ram Ram Hari Hari Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare Hare
Hari
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram
Rama, Hare Rama,
Hari
Rama Rama,
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama
Ram
Rama Rama
Ram
Krishna,
Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna
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 Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Ram
Hare
Hari Ram
Hare
Rama Hari 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 Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Rama Hare
Rama Hari Hari
Krishna, Hare Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare, Rama Rama, Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
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 Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Rama
Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Rama
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Rama Hare
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Rama
Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
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 Hare,
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Hare
Rama
Hare Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Rama
Hare Rama Hare Rama
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 Hare
Krishna,
Rama
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama, Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Hare
Rama
Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama, Rama
Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Hare 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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Rama
Hare Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama,
Krishna
Hare Rama,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Krishna, Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Hare Hare Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hari
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Rama Hare
Krishna
Rama
Krishna Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Hare Krishna
Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna
Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Rama
Hari Rama Hari
Rama
Rama
Rama Hare Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Rama Hare Rama
Hari Rama Rama
Rama
Rama
Rama
Hari Hari Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Rama
Krishna
Rama
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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Ah, Hare
Krishna
Rama
Hare
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 Rama
Ram Hare
Rama
Ram
Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Oh my Lord Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Oh my Lord Krishna. Oh my
Rama
Lord
Rama
Krishna.
Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari
Krishna
Rama
Krishna Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama
Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Rama Rama
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna
Rama Rama
Ram
Hari
Ram
Hari
Hare
Hari
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Rama Hare
Krishna
Rama
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Krishna
Rama
Ram
Rama
Ram
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Hari Rama Hari
Rama
Rama Rama Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Hari Hari Krishna Hari
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Rama Hare
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Hari Rama Hari
Hare
Rama Rama
Rama
Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari Rama Hari Rama Rama
Hare Hare
Rama
Hare
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare Rama
Hari Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Rama Hari Rama
Krishna Krishna
Rama
Hare Hare
Rama
Hare
Hari
Rama Hare
Hari
Rama
Hare Krishna
Rama Rama Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare Krishna
Rama
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Rama Rama Hari
Hare
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare Rama
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Krishna Hare
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Ah
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hare
Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hare
Krishna
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 Rama
Krishna
Rama
Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari
Krishna Hare
Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram Rama
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 Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hari
Rama
Krishna
Rama
Hari
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Hari Rama Rama
Rama
Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna Hari
Hare
Krishna 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 Hari Hari
Hare
Hari
Krishna Hare
Rama
Krishna 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 Hare
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Hare Rama Rama
Krishna Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna Hare Krishna
Oh my Lord Krishna. Oh my Lord Krishna.
Hare Rama Rama
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hari 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 Rama Hari
Hare Krishna
Rama
Hare Krishna
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari
Oh
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Rama
Hari Hari Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hari
Krishna
Rama Hari Rama Rama
Krishna
Rama Hari
Krishna
Hari Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Rama Hare Rama
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Krishna
Hare Rama, Rama Hare
Hare
Hare. Nimai Pandit of
Krishna
Hare
Nadia.
Krishna Hare Krishna
Nimai Pandit of Nadia is my
Krishna
Lord
Krishna
and
Hare
Master.
Hare
Nimai Pandit of
Hare
Nadia
Hare
is my Lord and Master. Nimai Pandit of Nadia is my Lord and Master.
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Nimai
Krishna
Pandit
Krishna
of
Hare
Nadia
Krishna
is my Lord and
You are
Master.
coming to
Krishna
bring
Krishna
it
Hare
to my
Hare
Lord
Krishna
and
Hare
Master. No, I know. My
Krishna.
Pandit of Nadia is my Lord and
Rama
Master.
Rama Hare 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 Krishna
Yeah,
Hare
My
my
Krishna
Pandit.
Pandit of Nadia
Krishna
is my
Krishna Hare
Lord.
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
My Pandit of
Rama
Nadia.
Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Pandit of
Krishna
Nadia is my Lord and
Nadia is
Master.
Krishna
my Lord
Krishna
and
Hare
Master.
My Pandit of
My
Nadia.
Hare
Pandit
Rama Hare
of Nadia
Rama
is my Lord and
Rama
Master.
Rama Hare Hare
My
Ah.
Pandit
Hare
of
Krishna
Nadia
Hare
is
Krishna
my Lord and
Krishna
Master.
Krishna Hare Hare
My
Jai
Pandit of
Shri
Nadia
Krishna.
is
Hare
my
Rama
Lord and
Nimai
Master.
Pandit of Nadia is
Hare
my Lord.
Krishna Hare
My
Krishna
Pandit of
Nimai
Nadia is
Pandit of
Krishna
Nadia
Krishna
is my
Hare
Lord
Hare
and
Rama Hare
Master.
Rama
my
Hare
Pandit.
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Rama
Krishna
Rama Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare
Rama
Rama
Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama,
Jaya
Hari
Jaya
Hari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Jaya
Krishna
Rama,
Jaya Jaya
Rama
Chandra
Rama,
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Jaya
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Jaya
Krishna
Krishna,
Jaya
Hari
Jaya
Hari Rama, Hari
Jaya
Rama Rama, Hari
Jaya
Hari.
Jaya Jaya Chandra
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Sita Chandra
Hare
Hare
Vitara
Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hari Hari Hare Rama,
Krishna Krishna
Rama
Hare
Hari
Hare Hare
Hari.
Rama Hare Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama
Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Shri Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaur Bhaktavinda.
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya
Chaitanya Jaya
Nityananda
Nityananda
Jaya Sri
Jai Shri
Advaita
Advaita
Chandra Jaya
Chandra
Gaura
Gaura
Bhakta
Bhakta Vrinda
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
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 Hare Hare
Sri Chaitanya Charita, the character of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Okay. Third Sarga. During the period of time joining the age of coral with the previous age, the earth, although the abode of treasure is perishing due to being covered by ignorant materialistic people. However, there is a medicine, Sri Krishna Nam, which is the abode of all ras. There is a medicine. There is a medicine, Sri Krishna Nam. The abode of all ras. Mute your microphones, please. It is the cure for all these people afflicted by wicked propensities. It is the cure for all these people afflicted by wicked propensities. Shri Nam can save every one of them except that person who hates the holy Vaishnava. Sages say that dull-witted and conceited persons who blaspheme Sri Krishna Nam, as well as the Archavigra forms of the Lord, saying that they are temporary, have hell as their destinations. Oh, how can this situation be remedied? Then Narada, whose merciful heart is as broad as an ocean, and who possesses clear intelligence, traveled to the transcendental realm of the Lord known as Vaikuntha. He perceived the spotless eternal abode of the Lord, which is free from all care, all dust and inebriety, whose glories are sung by the three Vedas. Upon entering that world, the sage transcended the 10 directions, the material modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance. See, we enter that realm through the name. The shining fame of Sri Hari was broadly hummed by the multitude of bees. The shining fame of Sri Hari was loudly hummed by the multitude of bees. Amongst clusters of lotuses, within the pleasurable bordered ponds surrounded by flowering creepers, exuding sublime fragrances, the shining fame of Sri Hari was loudly hummed by the multitude of bees among the clusters of lotuses, within the pleasurable jeweled bordered ponds surrounded by flowering creepers, exuding sublime fragrances. The abode was embellished by ruby-studded houses with turrets, nicely ornamented by strands of elephant pearls, amidst pathways made of moonstones. The trees blossomed forth the flowers of all seasons, and in them birds warbled melodiously. There the unborn primeval lord was rendered service by the goddess of fortune. His majestic glittering crown illuminated his curling locks. His eyes defeated the beauty of blossoming lotuses, and his oh my Lord Krishna. Oh my Lord Krishna. Oh my Lord Krishna. There the unborn primeval Lord. 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 He was rendered service by the goddess of fortune. His majestic glittering crown illumined his curly locks. Illumined his curly locks. His eyes defeated the beauty of blossoming lotuses. His eyes defeated his eyes defeated the blossoming of lotuses. Blooming lotuses, blossoming lotuses, and his radiant face was worshipped by the moon. And his radiant face was worshipped by the moon. Oh, Krishna. Krishna. His cheeks were beautified on either side by great sparkling earrings. His cheeks were beautified. His cheeks were beautified. His cheeks were beautified on either side by sparkling earrings. His smooth, well-formed neck with 3 lines resembled a conch, and he wore a tunic of brilliant gold. With his 4 mighty club-like arms, he appeared like the peak of a blue mountain surrounded by celestial desire trees. He appeared like a peak of a blue mountain surrounded by celestial desire trees. He appeared splendid, with his arms encircled by bangles and strings of pearls mounted on fine chains swinging from his neck. He appeared splendid, with his arms encircled by golden bangles and strings of pearls mounted on fine golden chains swinging from his neck. A net of tiny tinkling bells were bound around the brilliant cloth of his hips, and his lotus feet were most precious. By smelling the enthralling fragrance of the Lord's lotus feet, tears of jubilation appeared in the eyes of Sri Narada. By smelling the enthralling fragrance of the Lord's lotus feet, tears of jubilation appeared in the eyes of Sri Narada. His hair stood erect out of rapture, and instantly he fainted, falling like a rod before Sri Krishna. Out of concern, the Lord at once spread his spread his open hand with its jeweled fingers and effulgent nails. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord Krishna. Out of concern, the Lord at once spread his open hand with its jeweled fingers and effulgent nails, and caressed the head of the Muni, As a gentle smile illuminated his face, he uttered the following charming words. Arise, magnanimous sage. Arise, magnanimous sage, son of Brahma. Whatever you now ask of me, I grant you. Whatever you... Arise, magnanimous sage, son of Brahma. Whatever you now ask of me, I grant you. For today, after a many millennium, the time has arisen of its own accord for me to show the way of virtue for godly men. The time has arisen of its own accord for me to show the way of virtue for godly men. Arise, magnanimous sage, O son of Brahma. Whatever you now ask of me, I grant you. For today, after many millennia, the time has arisen of its own accord for me to show the way of virtue for godly men. The heart of the Lord Sri Hari is devoted exclusively to those great souls who, without any motivation, take complete shelter of his lotus feet. The heart of the Lord Sri Hari is devoted exclusively to those great souls who, without any motivation, oh my Lord, he is so kind, who without motivation take complete shelter of his feet. Thus grasping Narada's hand, he raised him up and quickly showed him a seat. When on Sri Hari's insistence, the sage accepted the seat. The Lord inquired from him, O sage, what is your reason for coming here? Please speak your desire. Whatever it may be, it is my duty to award you complete satisfaction. For saints such as yourself always strive for the ultimate welfare of others. Spoken by the Lord with the brightly smiling glance. These ambrosial words, spoken by the Lord with a brightly smiling glance. Though these ambrosial words had deep resonance like the rumbling of the water-laden cloud. The heart of Lord Sri Hari is devoted exclusively to those great souls who without any motivation take shelter at his feet. Thus clasping Narada's hand, he seated him up. He raised him up and quickly showed him a seat. And when on Sri Hari's insistence, the sage accepted the seat, the Lord inquired from him, Spoken by the Lord with a brightly smiling glance, these ambrosial words had a deep resonance, like rumblings of a water-laden cloud, drawn from the ocean of undying compassion that is Sri Krishna. Narada replied, O Lord, I bow to a particle of dust at your lotus feet. Kindly award protection to your people who are presently rendered wretched. Kindly award protection to your people who are presently rendered wretched. Today the earth is much disturbed and polluted because she maintains a populace engaged in great variety of iniquitous acts. Everyone is infected by the vices of Kali. They are solely attached to sinful life and have abandoned the association of your lordship and your dear servitors. O Lord, kindly protect your people. Other than yourself, no one can save the absolute goal of life from the scourges of demoniac life. Other than yourself, no one can save the absolute goal of life from the scourges of demoniac life. O Lord of all worlds, kindly consider the situation and do the needful. You are indeed the absolute goal of our lives. You are indeed the absolute goal of our lives. O Lord, there is no other existence beyond you. O Lord, there is no other existence beyond you. Having hearing the sage's words, Sri Hari, although full in knowledge, asked, what should I do? How can we bring peace to their hearts? The son of the self-born Brahma replied, descending in a pure dynasty of Brahmins, the radiance of descending in a pure dynasty of Brahmins. The radiance of your form, more soothing than hundreds of moons. The radiance of your form, the radiance of your form, the radiance of your form, more soothing than hundreds of moons. You shall attain widespread renown as the son of Jagannath Mitra. You shall attain widespread renown as the son of Jagannath Mishra. You shall attain widespread renown as the son of Jagannath Mishra. O my Lord, bring peace to the earth. O Bhagavan, your other avatars, such as Ram and others, accomplished their missions by subduing and slaying wicked Rakshasas and demons. At present, there is no such necessity. The only need is to purify the corrupted minds of humanity. Krishna. Indeed, if you were to slay all those who have been seduced by the demoniac path of life, would there remain anyone still living anywhere on the earth? Therefore, through your own wisdom, kindly come to a decision. Proclaim your fame far and wide, and let the people again become happy and peaceful. See, so the Lord first proclaimed the name and fame by example, by coming here, showing his, just like, Narada Muni went all the way to Vaikuntha to see the Lord. And the Lord from Vaikuntha came all the way to the earth to see us. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that perfect? The Lord came all the way to see us and show himself to us of his own volition, and of course at the desire of his devotees, all the way to see us. And by this he proclaimed his fame, by living, showing how to do devotional service. Yeah. And so what is the way? He proclaimed it. Now we proclaim it. We proclaim the fame of this avatar. That's all that is needed to cleanse the hearts of those, corrupted souls of the godly. Yeah, many godly people, but their hearts have been corrupted by this Kali Yuga, by the association, bad association, faith in demons and demigods, tricking them. Well, mainly the demons, tricking them, lying to them, deceiving them. See, it corrupts them. They come under the influence of that Lord's Maya. See, but what is needed? Just to proclaiming the name and fame. Isn't that amazing? It's the only thing that's cleansed my heart. The only thing that's purifying me. And I noticed just by proclaiming the fame of Lord Chaitanya, you guys are becoming very happy, satisfied, blissful, ecstatic. Right there, Lalita. All glories to Lord Chaitanya. All glories to Satchidananda. Thank you all for coming to this planet. And may we be able, give us the power to proclaim your name and fame in this world and purify it. Okay? Like Paul said, we must preach about Jesus because we carry the scent of Jesus. We must preach about Lord Chaitanya and Radha and Krishna because we carry their scent also. Okay? Carry their feet in our hearts. Thank you, Lord. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Oops. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Come on, man. Come on, man. There we go. In this avatar of yours, the heroes among the sages, together with Rudra, shall also descend to give you assistance. So be it. Sri Hari replied to the sage amongst the gods. Then swiftly, with the sage, jubilantly bowed before the Lord and departed. After hearing this extraordinary narration in its entirety, Sri Damodar Pandit's heart was very much enlivened, and he said to Murari Gupta, now kindly relate the epic of Narahari. Okay, now I'm going to go back here to the third sarga and start again and talk about some things maybe. Oh, here we go. Third Sarga, starting again. During the period of time joining the age of coral with the previous age, the earth, although the abode of treasure, is perishing due to being covered by ignorant materialistic people. However, there is a medicine, Sri Krishna Nam, which is the abode of all ras. It is the cure for all these people afflicted by wicked propensities. See? So the Lord said also that chanting this Nam in association with his devotees. See, they're devoid of us. They're devoid of Lord Krishna. Well, actually, let me come to the verse first. See how this Nam is medicine for us also. Every day chanting it. It's the medicine. It is very important. See, and we chant in association of devotees. See, and it's inspiring, it's purifying. People get the spin-off this. People understand what is the highest goal of life is spontaneous devotional love of God. It's pure devotional service, chanting, serving the name, making Krishna's heart happy, that's inside these temples. People get to see that is the ultimate goal of life, even though they may not understand it very well. Then they can come to Sadhu Sangha and learn all about it. Hear the news of Goloka. Hear about what's really true. See, and that overcomes. That's the medicine to overcome all of these lies and deceptions and untruthfulness, being twisted truth. Being preached in this world by materialistic persons. See, it's overrun. This is the whole problem. Everything's overrun by materialistic people trying to accomplish materialistic goals that are so fleeting and just going to go. Making people unhappy, making people into slaves. What a low class life. Slaves and slave masters. That's what this Maya does. See? And if people will just take to the association of real devotees, those who have those qualifications, and they're surrendered at the feet of Hari. The Lord he only looks to those devotees. Oh, I get ahead of myself. Let's go to the verses and see it. See, wicked propensities. People are propelled to act wickedly now. See, they can't help it. They're caught up in it. See, here, by developing this chanting and ecstasy, we develop pure propensities to worship God. Hearing the name, hearing about the Lord, hearing about the truth, develops these pure propensities, which propels us to the spiritual world. See, this propels us into hell, this hellish situation. It's more and more hellish every day. If you hear the kinds of, associate with that kind of stuff, man. Sri Nam can save every one of them except that person who hates the holy Vaishnava. See, again, the association of the Vaishnavas. See how important it is. Sri Nam can save that person except for those who hate the Vaishnava. The Vaishnava is the one who chants the holy name with great ecstatic love. That is the entrance to Vrindavan. Remember, Johan quotes that verse all the time. That is the way. If you hate that door, you don't go in that door. You hate that door, which is the holy Vaishnava, not the hypocrite Vaishnava, not the one that have material motive. The Lord ain't looking to those Vaishnavas. He's looking to those who surrender to him, and have the effect of that. Have the happiness of that surrender, man. The ecstasy of that surrender. The Lord looks towards those persons. And when you chant, the holy name in association of those Vaishnavas, and you don't hate them, okay? Then you get, in this life, you begin to taste this nectar. So two things. Chant the holy name in association of the holy Vaishnava who chants the whole name. The whole name is devotion to Krishna, devotion to that name, relish of that name. If you do those two things, guaranteed you're going to Vrindavan. If you don't, guaranteed you're not. That's the formula. The books are all praising that formula. And if you accept that praise, you'll go to Vrindavan. If not, then you'll listen to those who hate the holy Vaishnava, who chants the whole name. You'll believe their lies, their trickery, and everything, and be taken down to the earth again and again and again until you understand these principles. We have to chant the holy name in association with real devotees. That's why the Lord came here. He chanted the holy name in association with his real devotees and said, come on, everybody. Learn the real formula. See that it works. Okay? Otherwise, what is this? You're doing. That's why people are working so hard with Vaidhi Bhakti. They don't know this path. You know, what did the Lord say? She read yesterday. If you can't worship me with undeviated love, see, undeviated devotion. That doesn't mean every second of the day you got to be like in Brahman. I'm in devotion. No. Undeviated. You know what that is. And then Prabhupada explained it very clearly. I wanted to say something about that yesterday when you're saying it. Prabhupada explained, what is this undeviated devotion? It means attachment to the transcendental name, form, pastimes of the Lord. Qualities, undeviated, never swaying from that path because you know how good it is, how powerful it is, how sublime it is. See, that's undeviating. And then when you think of the Lord, it comes back. You're undeviating from that path. That's the whole game. That's the whole thing about this sadhu sangha. It's get you to the point of undeviating devotion. Go ahead there, Lolita.
Yeah, but I have been put on the roster over and over again daily, but now it was, you're not worshipping 24 hours on 24. Yeah, we see those words different.
It's all speculation. See, it's just, they don't know. They don't know they speculate this is the way it is. No, devotees know. Devotees, just like Prabhupada, they don't read the purport. Undeviating devotion means what he said. Means there's two paths. One for those who don't have attachment. Bottom line is people here have attachment to the Lord. That's the real path. And when you're attached to chanting the holy name because it's so good, you got the result. You're seeing what Narada is seeing and perceiving, chanting holy name. It brings tears to your eyes. That means realization of what that name is. You become, Lord Krishna said, become my devotee and transcend all of this. Remember the demigods came, there was a situation like this. The demons were overrunning. Materialistic persons were overrunning not only the earth, the whole universe, the celestial realm too. And the Lord said, become my devotees, and I will come and take care of this. The main thing is to become a devotee. You got to, and if people understand this, if Vaidhi Bhaktas will understand it, are you becoming a devotee fast enough for you? Have you realized that there's two paths, man? One is for the one's rules and regulations and working for Krishna, for those who are not attached to Krishna, transcendental form. And if you want to speed up the process, because following those rules and regulations will only lead to the point of desiring to attain Krishna, because it's so slow and so rare to get it that way, that you'll come to the realization and pray, Lord, please, I want more and I don't know how to get it. And then he'll give you this realization. You'll get a video like this, or you'll hear the preaching of a disciple that's preaching this. Ah, that's the knowledge I needed. Ah, that's in Bhagavad Gita. Now it brings it to my remembrance because I finally heard it from somebody. I was open to listening to it and not rebelling against it. See, otherwise, you're going to listen to things that are faulty, that don't tell you as it is the real path, the details, Yeah, well, how do I go from working on the chain gang, and just doing hard rules, regulations, and fasting and renunciation and everything? How do I advance? I've been doing this my whole life and I'm still in the same friggin' place, practically. How do I get off this? How do I get to this other path of attachment? I'm not attached. And wasn't that the question? Many of you devotees are coming here. How do you do it? Well, then the guru appears and teaches you the real knowledge, the real formula. It's just very simple. It's right there, right in the book. The devotees realize it because they worship in the Lord and with love and devotion. The Lord gives them that understanding. And then they preach it to others, and there you go. You found the real path. You found it because the person is not misdirecting you. Can you imagine, like in India, you go to India and you ask the person, how do I get to this place? And you got to go usually through 3 people because even though they don't know, they want to think, they act like they know. That's religion. That's Vaishnavism. They want to act like they actually know where Vrindavan is, though they're not in Vrindavan consciousness. They don't chant like the residents in Vrindavan with great ecstatic devotion. Okay? And they think, oh yeah, I'll tell you where to go, and you don't get there because they're like these people in India. You have to go through 3 people to find somebody that's actually been somewhere. So it's the same thing in spiritual reality. Where's the person in spiritual reality, relishing it, tasting it like Narada Muni? Here in this birth, thy will be done. Thy will in Vaikuntha, in Vrindavan, will be done on earth now, as it is in Vrindavan. Where do you find that will of the Lord? Only with those who are the devotee Bhagavats. Okay? And you got to hear the book Bhagavat, the truth from their mouths, because they're experiencing it. Otherwise, how are you going to find? This is the problem. People stay rules, regulations, and ceremonial worship of God. And and after a few generations, it peters out. The people get bored, and until a devotee comes and revives the real worship, revives the ecstasy of that, the reality of that, not just the mental, intellectual idea of it, and speculating all about it. Where are people encountering the true God? That's what you got to see. Because if they are, it's uncommon. It's very different, man. You start to learn something. In one class is better than 40 years of being misdirected. 40 years in religion is overturned by one attentive listening of one class of a person who actually knows what is actually spiritual, is experiencing what is actually spiritual. 40 years, 4,000 years, 4,000 incarnations in religion is overturned by one talk of an experienced devotee experiencing spiritual reality. You don't believe it? Come here and attentively listen to one class, even if it takes you 30 days to become attentive, or 3 years to become attentive. Woo. Yeah. So who blasphemes Sri Nam as well? Okay. So Sri Nam can save every one of them except that person who hates the holy Vaishnava. Sages say that dull-witted and conceited persons who blaspheme Sri Nam as well as the archivigoriforms of the Lord say that they are temporary, have hell in their certain destinations. The main thing is the holy Vaishnava, man. Whether you know deities or not. The main thing is on they get you over those offenses. Yeah, you look at the got Christina here. All right, there you go. Yeah, you when you see the devotee, you see the symptoms of the Lord's with them. And you see the ecstasy, you see Satchidananda. Okay? If you're favorable to them, you'll be favorable. You'll be favorable to everything else. You get purified by being that. That's the whole thing. That's why they're here in this world. Okay. Oh, how can this situation be remedied? Then Narada, whose merciful heart is as broad as an ocean and who possesses clear intelligence. See, that's the thing. You got to find those people with clear intelligence, man. That's only those who worship the Lord with loving ecstasy. They have the real understanding and real knowledge. Bhagavad Gita 10:10. Match the verse. See? You got to find the devotees. The devotee Bhagavat matches that verse. They got clear intelligence. See, they know where it's all leading. No one else knows. Now, it's not a fake it till you make it thing. No, they already made it. They made it to the platform of loving ecstatic worship. That's perfect. And now it's just more perfect, more perfect, more perfect forever. See, we need to be guided by those who have those qualities. They worship the Lord in loving ecstasy. Therefore, their understanding is Gurudev. That's the Guru principle. See? Even that Brahman, that illiterate Brahman, the Lord said, you're the authority on Bhagavad Gita, not these Brahmins. They don't have ecstatic worship. You cry just looking at the picture. Therefore, I consider you the authority. You have the real understanding, right understanding. See? That's how simple it is. How can this situation be remedied? See, it's all as it is. You got to see somebody simply telling you what's in the book. And then you can look at it too. Look at it, really meditate. Is this person telling me the truth as it is? When you hear it, then you begin to understand it. And then you listen to people who are the illusionists. See, that's everybody in the world that doesn't worship the Lord with loving ecstasy, like Bhagavad Gita 10:10. Pure love of God is everybody else is always more or less misdirecting everybody because they're not experienced devotees. They haven't realized the highest goal of life, nothing beyond Krishna. They haven't realized that. They're not. Nothing beyond Krishna means you just go in Krishna. It's an ocean of Ras, and you go on in that and swim in that forever. That's your real preceptor and teacher, ultimately. Everybody else that doesn't know that is going to more or less misdirect you. And that's practically everybody. You got to find those 1 out of 1,000,000 Vaishnavas, devotees, who are deep in the Lord and worship deeply in ecstasy. Then you just get, they're the door, right in there. Otherwise, you're thrown out by going in some other way. You need the experienced devotee that has an authentic, intimate, transcendental relationship with God. And the Lord says, I can use a guy like you. Because of your ecstatic love, I'm going to deliver the world now. Because no one else has the right intelligence. I can't give it to anybody because they don't worship me with loving ecstasy like my book says. See? If anybody worships me in your associations and learns from you, they will attain the highest happiness of ecstatic devotion. spontaneous love of God and no one else. It's the only way, only way, only way. Otherwise, you chant outside of that association, and the best you'll do is liberation. The best. That's if you can do that without offense, which a lot of people can't. In this Kali Yuga, look at the association. You look at a billboard, man. You got naked girls on it, subliminal messages. You're being tricked and lied to and deceived in every way. Let's see you reach liberation, or inoffensive chanting without association of the Vaishnavas, who the Lord is keeping them together. Isn't the Lord keeping us together? Aren't we fed by the real mercy of Lord Chaitanya, which is ecstatic devotion and proper understanding? Okay? Once you go outside of that circle, you'll learn. You'll see all of a sudden you become materialistic. You forget about all this stuff. I've done it so many times. That's why I preach about it. It could save you a lot of heartaches, because some people go outside of the circle. They haven't come back in 20 years. The only thing brought me back is I was worshiping from the get-go on the level of bhakti. So when I did go out, somehow the Lord brought me back by the hair. A lot of people, 20 years, and they're still not back. But yeah, of course, they made some connection, very good, and they'll go on in their next life. What to do? I met them. I met some. One was my ex. Went outside the circle. You know what happened? Now, even though she saw so many wonderful things happening in this here, beyond what she could ever do, she says, I've been so twisted by this thing. I just can't come back. I can't do it. I heard I've been so contorted that I just can't have faith in this anymore. See, even though seeing all these beautiful things, that's Guru and Vaishnava Aparad. Dangerous. Can a whole lifetime, and Prabhupada talks about that. Some devotees, they have Guru and Vaishnava Aparad like that. They come to the point of rejecting and competing with them, or hating them sometimes, going against it. Then they come back in another life, and then they finish it up. Usually, the Lord, they start to get it. So we're trying to help everybody. Just get into Vrindavan, stay in Vrindavan. So we do our best on that. Okay. See, how can this situation be remedied? Then Narada, whose merciful heart is broad as an ocean, who possesses clear intelligence, traveled to the transcendental realm of the Lord known as Vaikuntha. Traveled to the transcendental realm known as Vaikuntha. And that's what you do with the holy name. You don't have to leave this universe. We're traveling every day to the transcendental realm. Okay? Chanting this holy name with love and devotion, that pokes a hole right into the spiritual world. You're there. There is here now. People get darshan. Real darshan is you come to sadhu sangha and see the devotees bringing that spiritual world here. That's the way the devotees are in the spiritual world. They're worshiping the Lord with ecstatic devotion that you see here. And if you don't see it here or somewhere in this world, you don't see it. You don't know what the spiritual world is like. It's filled with beings who are worshiping the Lord with ecstatic devotion. See, devotion, love of God with its symptoms, man. It's important to see that. Otherwise, you don't know what's real. You're not getting a sense of what is real in this world, looking at illusion everywhere. Everywhere you're looking is illusion. You see men after women and women after men. You see politicians talking about the world and worldly things. Everywhere you see is illusion. And when you come to sadhu sangha, is taking a dip into reality, into what is eternal. This is eternal. You can see day after day. This is eternally ever fresh, ever deepening. Where do you see that? You see that in religion? You see that in ISKCON? No. What do you see? The same rituals every friggin' day. When are you going to get tired of that? When is it going to get boring to go to those kind of classes? Every day it's more or less the same routine. It's routine. It becomes monotonous after a while. After a while, they get machines. I mean, I was in India. Now they got these robot AI things worshiping the deities because, it's just a routine. I just get a machine doing it. What do I got to do it for? I'm just a machine. Why don't I make it spend $20,000 and get a robot arm that can do that, do all the artik? I had one guy, he pushed the button and the artiks would go in Delhi every day. He just sat there collecting money. Push the button and the automatic things would clang, 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 and he was a one-man band that didn't do anything. That's ritual. Here, this is participation. This is encounter with the Lord. That is so juicy, man. No AI can do it. This is why this cannot be replaced by some friggin' robot. The Lord wants a living being to relate to. We also in our heart want to relate to a living person. Look at these guys who want to put people in their houses and not let them go out. That's where it's all leading. These guys are so crazy and materialistic. They want to put beings that you live in a little cubicle and you don't go out anymore. Don't go shopping. Just Amazon everything. Amazon, Just don't go out. We'll just stay home. Let us control you like a slave. Hey, that's materialistic. It's run over by all that stuff. It's really weird, man. This is... Okay. So he perceived the spotless eternal abode of the Lord. See, he perceived the spotless eternal abode of the Lord. You want to perceive the spotless eternal abode of the Lord? Come and get darshan of a devotee, surrendered devotee, chanting the holy name, and ecstasy is manifesting. There you go. You got darshan of the abode. The abode is a dham, man. The dham is two things. It's either a person or the place where it's going on. See? Here, this is better than just the temple of Vishnu, where you see people that are like stone still. See, like stone, and you don't see the dynamic of spontaneous devotional worship. But here you do. This is dynamic here. You see encounters with God, soul to supreme soul. Reality. See, that's perceiving the spotless eternal abode. That's the heart of a devotee worshiping the Lord in ecstasy and purity. Blessed are the pure in heart, they shall see God. You want to see God? Go and see first the devotees worshiping like that. And that's this kind of place here. You see devotees who are worshiping the Lord. The Lord has purified their heart by this mercy coming through the disciplic line. Blessed are the pure hearts, they shall see God. And blessed are those who see a pure heart, worshiping the Lord. They shall also see God. Lord Chaitanya taught that. Oh, how lucky I am. How fortunate I am. The Lord has let me see an ecstatic devotee. Now Krishna will never leave me. Just by seeing devotees. That's darshan. And you can so easily just turn your camera on and see it, but people won't see it because they listen. They're deceived by materialistic Vaishnavas, materialistic gurus. They're deceived. Oh, don't go over and look over there. Look at me, man. Look at my materially motivated worship. Look at me. You don't see the signs of a person who can deliver you. You don't see the tears of pure worship of the Lord. You don't see the holy laughter. You don't see a person who's elevated into spiritual consciousness, brought the spiritual world down into this world. Yeah, look at the illusion. That's what people are saying. Look at the illusion. Yeah, that's why we only got 10 people here. Everybody's saying, well, look at the illusion, man. This is reality. That's what the world is doing. It's to know that. They're saying, hey, man, believe in our lies as truth. And that's what they do in religion. That's why Krishna, when you understand this kind of stuff, he says, abandon that religion. It's motivated. Doesn't attract me. Abandon it. Abandon all varieties of religion. You don't need it anymore. Associate with my real devotees who worship me like that. Anybody who will understand this instruction and follow it will attain Vrindavan so fast. And you will feel it. It's not a pie in the sky thing. You go and you follow these people for 5, 10, 20, 30 years. And a lot of times people finally give it up and say, hey, man, I can't take any juice. There's no juice in that. You're right. There's no juice in that. Well, there's juice here. Come find out. Follow these instructions. The book is right there telling you. Just come into the association. Worship the Lord in association of those who are bringing the spiritual world here. Very fast spiritual advancement. You will feel it, man. You will have encounters with the Lord quickly. Your faith will grow like that. All right. So the shining fame of Sri Hari. No, he perceived the spotless eternal abode, which is free from all care. See, there you go. So Narada went all the way to Vaikuntha to experience it, but he only did it himself, right? He's with a place with no care. Well, you want to, hey man, that's here. Do you got any cares there, Lalita? Are you thinking about any problems now? That's it. Man, you can have that here. You want that, or you want to go and look at these things that are going on and see all your cares, all your worries, all the fears coming around, listening to liars and cheaters. Yeah, all we do is we're in the truth, man. We live the truth. We relish the truth. We taste the truth, man. You come here, you'll learn that, and you'll be free of all cares, even on this planet, and then on any planet. Because you'll know that's how that reality, it goes with you. You've realized the truth. You're free. You break the bonds of samsara. These materialistic persons, these lizards or whatever they are behind there, can't trick you because you don't believe their bullshit, man. That's the Maya. That's the Lord's Maya. You can free those persons. You know, they have all this intelligence. A lot of these, they say these people, they're controlling the world, and they got all this crafty intelligence, man. The Luciferian intelligence. But they don't have this intelligence. See, this is true. This is clean. This is clear. This is the most attractive. See? The truth will set you free, man. This is the truth, the true reality. Otherwise, that's a false reality. It's temporary. You know, people, they believe what their leaders are telling them. It's putting them in a dystopian level, this dystopian reality. That's what it is. People now, they're getting the masking and everybody's walking around like zombies. I can't believe it's like unbelievable. But it's people are actually bewildered by that. But I'm not bewildered because we have knowledge here. Yeah, knowledge is here. Yeah, it's the Lord's Maya. What's nothing surprising? You listen to those in Maya, you go under their Maya, right? You listen to those in Yoga Maya. Yoga Maya are the eternal pastimes of the Lord, and you go into the eternal pastimes of the Lord. Simple. Just don't serve two masters. Stop worshiping the religionists also. They're not experienced devotees. Well, this is available. You got experienced devotees, experience the divine reality, bringing it here in this world. You can see people worshiping. You can see the Dham here. You can go to Vrindavan. You don't see what's going on here. You see a lot of people still in Vrindavan worshiping like this. You don't see people jumping on the altar and hugging Krishna, but you do that here. We don't need a deity for it. You could see we're jumping on Krishna's lap and embracing him and kissing him every friggin' day. You don't see that in Vrindavan. You don't see, this is the magnanimity coming through this Sangha of Lord Chaitanya. Munificence. The most mercy. You don't see them in Vrindavan. You see, if you see people like that, you don't see them because they're hiding if they're even around. Hiding somewhere and doing it themselves and not showing you what is, not bringing as, hey man, what is this? Thy will be done on earth that it is in Vrindavan. Where is that Vrindavan now? Where? Here. We're doing the Lord's will. Doesn't he wasn't that his desire to come as Lord Chaitanya? He came here. Why? He wanted the world. For a long time, Krishna said, thinking, for a long time, I have not given the populace love of God in the mood of the Vrajavasis. For a long time. 4,320,000,000 years. I want to do that now, and he wants to do it again. That's why his devotees have to go, they have to be bringing thy will, Lord Chaitanya's will, on the earth again, as it is in Vrindavan. That's Lord Chaitanya. You come to one class, you'll understand why Lord Chaitanya descended is for that. He came here to do that. And first he had to do the first and foremost thing is to taste this bhakti, taste this worship. In this way, he taught it to others. Because unless you can taste this bhakti, unless you can worship like this, you can't go to Vrindavan. You have to have those qualifications. On earth, then it'll be as it is in Vrindavan, wherever you are. Narada Muni's, he's going all over the universe in that ecstatic mood of Vrindavan, laughing and crying and choking out, That's his rocket fuel to go anywhere. That's his freedom, man. This is our freedom here. Hare Krishna. I love this. He all dust and he perceived the spotless, eternal. See, spotless. See, spotless. The Lord is spotless. Our hearts become purified because of faith in the spotlessly pure one. See? For ecstatic, loving service to the spotlessly pure one. See, it's loving service. You feel the loving service. The Lord loves this. You're showing the highest goal of life here, worshiping the Lord like this. There ain't nothing beyond that. You don't see Lalita changing. Yeah, is there anywhere else to go, Lalita?
There is nothing else but this.
That's why Krishna is what? The supreme attractive. You know that. See, you know that. And that's what life is about, to know the supremely attractive form of Krishna. There's nowhere else to go. Now you just you go into that form forever. You find, when you find a gold mine, you go anywhere else? No, you keep mining the gold mine until it's finished. Krishna is never emptied of gold and silver and jewels and diamonds and all. It's just never ending. There's nothing, you can't exhaust it. He perceived the spotless eternal abode of the Lord. See, the eternal abode of the Lord. What is that? That's this worship, man. This is the eternal abode of the Lord, is the eternal devotee, the liberated soul, worshiping like this. You found the eternal abode of the Lord by finding the devotee. See, the abode of the Lord. See, the abode of the Lord, that's the temple of the body, right? That's a person's body. If you find the abode, that's where he's residing. I reside in that devotee, man, and proves it every day here. See, I want to show you where my abode is. It's in Lalita Ganga there. It's in river over there too. You can see the symptoms of the abode of the Lord. Who is the Lord? Well, you will never know unless you see where he's residing. And he's residing in the heart of a purified devotee who has gotten the mercy of Lord Chaitanya and the disciplic line. And you can see, you go, wow, they have the symptoms. The Lord is residing there. I didn't know that was the symptoms. Well, you will never know until you see a real devotee. And then they teach you all these intimate things. Only they know. The Lord has to show them. Well, the Lord shows them because the Lord's residing in their body. Yeah, people don't know it. Can you imagine? Mr. Big PhD doesn't know that out there. Mr. PhD Vaishnava doesn't know where the Lord is residing. I'll just tell you the truth, man. It's pretty simple, huh? Where's the abode of the Lord? Well, it's obviously in Lalita Ganga there. Why is she crying and laughing just like Lord Chaitanya was? Obviously, the Lord is there. That must be his abode. Duh. Mr. PhD, why don't you figure this out? How about you, Radhanath? Why do you take two of my disciples away when the abode of the Lord was right there in front of your eyes? How smart are you guys? I don't care how feigned, humble you are. What is that? If you can't recognize where the abode of the Lord is and what heart he's residing in, you don't know the symptoms. What good is that? You think that impresses the Lord? That's a Devananda Pandit trip. We know all about that, right? When your heart is the abode of the Lord, he shows you why he did those pastimes, why he taught like he did. You tell me anybody better than Devananda Pandit here, and the Lord rejected him. Kicked his buttocks, and he became a pure devotee. Lucky for him. Just like we're kicking your buttocks out there, man. I don't care. You don't like the truth? Hey, man, what is that? When the Lord's heart, when your heart is the abode of the Lord, he can do what he wants through those devotees. He wants to, who the heck who can help that big PhD out there? Who? He's got a big false ego, thinking he's so great, huh? Man, you're great when you can recognize where the abode of the Lord. And if you don't come into the association where there's a heart, where there is the abode of the Lord, you'll never know. You'll never learn this. You'll die a big Vaidhi Bhakti, and all your disciples are here. And you can't deliver them. They remain here until they figure it out. You got to go to that person whose heart is the abode of the Lord, and they have the symptoms. That's simple, man. Only they have the right instruction. Only they have the right direction. Okay? So those kind of devotees, they have the symptoms, right? Their heart is the abode of the Lord, and what happens? They're free of care. Why should they care about atheists and materialistic They don't care about that. They care. They take care of the Lord. They feed the Lord, man. The Lord likes ecstatic worship, right? So they do that. They feed the Lord in their own hearts. That's the sacrifice. And whoever comes into their associations and chants the holy name, they will experience that also. The Lord will come and reside in their hearts. That's a disciplic line. If you can't facilitate that, then you're not a Gaudiya Vaishnava guru, really. Not of a high standard. Lower standard. Why take to a lower standard when this is available, huh? Yeah, you can all see the witnesses. They're all getting it. Isn't truth amazing? I love this. I just could read this over and over again, and I will. He perceived the spotless. I love it. Spotless eternal abode of the Lord, which is free from all care, all dust, and all inebriety. Okay? See, all dust. Dust is this material world. It's dusty, man. It's pollution here. It's pollution of listening. All those words you're listening that are not the truth, man. They're twisted truth. All those words are polluting your consciousness, listening to it. Here we just tell you the truth and purify the consciousness. The dust clears the dust off of the heart from associating and listening to lies and twisted, all this subtle programming. You these people with material motives, you listen to that. Oh, we just want to help you, but we want to actually kill you. They're lying, cheating, deceiving, especially now. You don't think you're picking up dust? You got to be with devotees who purely worship the Lord. Their heart is cleansed. The Lord has given them mercy. That's why devotees, they never think they're anything. The Lord keeps their hearts purified by this worship. Pure devotional service is the only recourse for devotees. We got nothing else. Is the Lord's mercy keeping the devotee afloat, and untouched by this. Can you imagine being in this association without this worship and ecstatic worship? We would be totally like them, zombies, or try to fight them and be fighting a losing battle. You need the helper, man. Just like the Pandavas, if they had Krishna on their side, therefore they won the battle. See, even amongst all of this, just like now, they have all the the material equipments and technologies and everything. They think they're gonna win. Yeah. See? No, well, we're gonna win. I mean, here, this is the fight, man. We're here fighting every day for the world now. Here, we've got now we're just eating. We're taking our food. It's like people take prasadam every day. We take this is our prasadam, right? Man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. And when the Lord makes your heart the abode, that word that comes out of your mouth, that name of God, becomes your food. Okay? Chanting these verses, chanting the names of the Lord becomes food and the happiness of the Lord. I'm so happy that my devotee is chanting, feeding me. My devotee is feeding me the only substance I like, and that's the word of God. See that's Radha in your heart, man, and you're feeding. And Radha is feeding the Lord the word, meditating on Krishna's word. Okay? And that's food for them both, man. They both live on it. Live on each other, actually. Living on love, that's true. Living on the love for each other they have. Yeah. And I like this one. Yes. He perceived the spotlessly eternal abode of the Lord, which is free from all care, all dust, and all inebriety. Inebriety, as far as I know, is intoxication. If it doesn't mean that, then that's another quality of this world, is intoxication. People are intoxicated with a false ego. See, false identification. It causes an intoxication. You ever see a person drunk on alcohol, slurring their words and everything? See, they become dull and all that. Well, that's this world, the Ras of the world. See, that's not in Vaikuntha. People are clear-headed, intelligent, pure intelligence, essence of knowledge they understand. Okay? And because they're intoxicated on the name of God. See, this intoxication you see here every day makes you more intelligent and free of that. I don't want to drink these material rasas. That's why anybody that does that in this Sangha, I look at that, I said, well, hopefully you transcend that desire to taste material ras there with the worldly stuff. Because if you get inebriated with it, it's a pain in the ass, pain in the butt. All it does is cause dysfunction in your life. You become dysfunctional. Okay? Makes you dull, makes you stupid. We want to get intoxicated on the rasas of the world. See? So anyway, we got to taste a lot of this. Keep tasting Krishna and you overcome all of this. By his grace, we'll overcome everything. That's how they did it in Vrindavan. That's how we're doing it here. We just follow in their footsteps, man. Yeah. I think it was, anyway, in 10th canto, some devotee said that the devotees there in Vrindavan will overcome all obstacles by Krishna's grace. And that's what we do here. All obstacles by the grace of the Lord, following the principles, the principles of chanting the holy names in association with devotees, real devotees who have real bhakti. Can't lose, man. That's a winner. That's where the Lord really is. To be around those who are the abode of the Lord is the secret, isn't it? Isn't that the secret? Can you imagine if you're around and you're become favorable to those persons whose hearts are the abode of the Lord and they have the symptoms of it? There's only going to be auspiciousness in your life, progressive auspiciousness. And then when you leave that, all of a sudden, all the inauspiciousness comes. I've seen it so many times. And that's the lesson. I'm just following the order of Prabhupada and Krishna, and it's great. Everything is just more and more wonderful all the time, even in these times. I mean, true happiness is just to be with the Lord and to have his understanding, to have his ecstasy. That's really, how can you have a care when you're on that path? Want to say something, Lilita? Go ahead. No? Yeah. So whose glories are sung by the three Vedas? See, the Vedas are singing these glories. Does anybody hear? Nah, you got to listen to the devotees singing them. That's the secret. And if you become favorable to hearing the glories in the Vedas sing, they're singing, but nobody hears. Therefore, you got to hear the devotees singing those glories as they are. Not singing them in speculation and polluting you. It's like Kalya being in there. See, motivated devotees, motivated gurus and preceptors are like that. the kata is laced with more or less poison. There's poison in there, like Kalya. See, Kalya is in there. See, Krishna, pure Krishna, had to jump in that river, right? He jumps in the river, and Kalya starts to fight with a little bit of speculation, but Krishna won because Krishna is pure consciousness. See, that's why Krishna in the devotee delivers. Because of the ecstatic love. See, Madhavinda Puri realized Krishna. He started chanting holy name in ecstasy, like you see here. You see devotees chanting ecstasy. And what did Krishna say? He said, because of your ecstatic love, I'm going to deliver the world. Hey, what's that mean? You got to be looking for those symptoms, because that's where deliverance is. The Lord delivers through those devotees. They're hollowed out by this ecstatic worship. Everybody knows that here, right? That's really good. You're hollowed out, man. All the false ego is, the Lord is, with his ecstasy, is making a nice tube, clear channel for him. Is your Father who will speak through you, or your intimate friend. This is where deliverance is on those qualifications and those qualities. Upon entering that world, the sage transcended the 10 directions and the 3 material modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance. See, again, he went to a place. The place is created here. Where are the modes of passion, ignorance, and even goodness? We kick them out. You notice that? We kick it out. Hey, goodness, get out of here, man. Ignorance, get out of here. Passion, get out of here. We've identified you. Therefore, you can't trick us. Not even goodness. So in the Vatican, they have this exorcism program, and they know unless you can identify the name of a demon, you cannot exorcise it. Well, we identified all of these modes of nature, therefore we kick them out. They can be exorcised out of our Sangha. They stand at the door. Okay, my sister, she knows. Oh, no, well, hey, man. I have no jurisdiction there. Yamaraj said, don't go to the devotees. Don't even go to the ones at the Ajamil level. They chant in Namabas. Don't even go near them. Namabas, he was just calling for his son and everything. Didn't know. Can you imagine? If Yamaraj is thinking about devotees like that in Namabas, what does he think about a Sangha devotees like this in Prema, Bhakta, worship? You think he's going to mess around here? Only if you get out of the circle. Then he becomes like what do you call these? Sheepdogs. And put you back into the circle. Anybody wants to say something? Go ahead.
I'm here at the dog training center.
It's true, you are.
Okay, yeah, I didn't thought that deep.
You need to be trained up.
Yeah, it's true. He's at the dog training center. That's here too. We're a bunch of dogs, and Krishna's training us up. Anybody else want to say something? Okay. So the shining fame of Hari was loudly hummed by the multitudes of bees amongst the clusters of lotus within the pleasurable jewel-bordered ponds, surrounded by flowering creepers, exuding sublime fragrances. The shining fame of Hari. So that's what you, again, you need to be in a society of devotees where that shining fame is sung, man. Shining fame, the power of bhakti, the glories of bhakti, man, the glories of the Lord, the glories of Guru Tattva, Rasa Tattva, all these truths. These are the essence of truths. The Lord loves to hear this in the hearts of everybody. It wakes them up. Like now they're talking about everybody. We need the great awakening, the great awakening, great awakening. Okay? But they don't know. They don't. Well, what is this great awakening? Oh, we're going to wake up just on our own. No, you're not going to wake up without Krishna, without God. You gotta be woken up by the Lord's transcendental potency. Not you're just going to wake up on your own. That's why it's got no power. You see, people, they can't overcome the illusion. They can't overcome the modes. We overcome the modes because we got the Lord's power. We got the Lord's potency. He is our ally. On our own, we cannot do it. We can do nothing. They're trying to enter into freedom. They want freedom, but on their own, without the relationship with God. With the Lord is not powerful enough. Or they're trying to meditate. I'm going to meditate my way out of this. What are you meditating on? I don't know. I'm just meditating. See, they don't know about this relationship. This is the ultimate truth. These are the shining glories. You don't know, the happiness is so much greater than being shining glories, preaching them in a place where everybody knows them. This is even better. That's why the Lord comes. It's called Leela Avatar. The devotees, we're so lucky. We can come here and wake people up who don't know these glories. They're weak because of lack of relationship with their Lord. They're cut off because of ignorance, being ignorant of these truths. It's not enough, even on the Vaidhi level. You're doing rules and regulations, and you're Lord of rules and regulations. But there's a deeper revelation of the Lord beyond goodness, and you need to reach for that if you want the deeper connection and the real freedom. Okay? Freedom is in this awakening of this relationship with the Lord, man. Then you're free in the truth. The truth will set you free. The Lord is very much looking for worship in spirit, devotion, and truth, conclusive understanding of those glories with a heart wanting to glorify that truth. Here, not only there, they all know it. So much nicer here to wake people up. It's a Russ, taste, preaching. Remind people, remind us, people forgotten these glories, these truths. It's replaced with their thinking that, oh, it's about we getting together out there. We see external. You can get universes of people together and not conquer ignorance or passion when it's strong. But one person connecting with that Supreme Lord, that source, you got all the power you need, okay, to conquer all of that. This is why people, unless they make this connection, they have cares, they have anxieties, they have fear. This is freedom from all of that. They're intoxicated by believing people who are lying to them. They get that intoxicated. They become drugged, basically. That's what it is. You become drugged. You ever see a person drugged in this world? They can't act. They can't act. They're drugged, man. They're in like a coma. Well, that's what you notice people. Yeah. What?
Slaves. The real slaves.
Slaves. They're becoming like they're drugged on this Maya. They've been drugged. They had a Mickey Mouse slip to them. makes them like a Mickey Mouse. Small, no power. So the abode was embellished by ruby-studded house. Okay, let's see, pathways, stones. So there the unborn primeval Lord was rendered service by the goddess of fortune. His majestic glittering crown illumined his curling locks. His eyes defeated the beauty of blossoming lotuses. And his radiant face was worshipped by the moon. So the unborn primeval Lord was worshipped, rendered service by the goddess of fortune. See, goddess of fortune. How did she become the goddess of fortune? By getting Krishna. Become very fortunate goddess. That's everybody here. When you get Krishna, you become like the goddess of fortune. See, man, you're a goddess now because, devotion is awakening your heart. They say the soul is kind of female orientation towards the Lord. It needs to be saved. It's a hero. The Lord is our hero. See, so we become very fortunate, like the goddess of fortune, because she has transcendental loving service to the Lord, and so do we. So, hey, man, what's the difference? You want real fortune? Would you like to become like the goddess of fortune? Well, get a relationship with Krishna like her, and there you go. You got the good fortune. You think wealth means anything to her? Money, gold, all that? That just follows her. Just follow. Whatever she's needed is there. You become like her. Whatever is needed is there. She has all these maidservants helping her. That's how wonderful this relationship with the Lord is. It frees you from even the rules and regulations, because now you are like the verse in Bhagavad Gita, worshiping the Lord with undeviating devotion. You don't swerve from that path, man. Undeviating. It's so good now. You're so clear that it is so good. It is always ever fresh and ever deepening. Undeviating worshiping like that. Now you're deeply attached to the Lord and you've transcended that path. What do you need it for? See? So, and if you want to speed up the process, then you come into association devotees and very quickly you'll get this undeviating love. You got to see devotees day after day after day, day after day. They don't give it up. See? Then you got a role model. You got an example. Then if you do, at some point you say, well, why aren't they giving it up? Why are they coming why is Lalita coming every day? And River and Karuna and these others. There must be some reason. There is. Hare Krishna. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Yeah. So, Christina, why don't you read us something a little bit here? What do you want to read today?
Hare Krishna.
Do you like the class?
Yeah, but I regret that I was late.
Oh, that's okay. Better late than never.
Yeah. It's so beautiful to come and to be in the holy place, to be, like you said, on Krishna's lap, under your shelter. That's the place to be.
Yeah. What were you reading yesterday?
Um,
Oh, Sanatana.
Sanatana.
You want to continue that?
okay. I was reading. Oh.
Antirila.
Yeah.
In the beginning somewhere.
Where did I put the book? Hare Krishna. I think, yeah, was this one. Let's read a little bit. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I'm always a bit clumsy with these devices and things. Excuse me for that. Because the battery is low. Hare Krishna. Okay, good. I have to put that in the current. Krishna, Krishna. Hare, Hare. So, okay. That's too short. Oh, yeah, put it here. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm causing inconvenience here. Just a second. If I put the book here. Oh, it's very hot. Okay. Was. Put some more light. Yeah. Let's turn off the heating. It's too hot here. My glasses. Oh yeah, they're here. Okay. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Where did I leave off? Text 72. I don't know. No, wait. Shri Krishna Chaitanya. I offer my respectful obeisances to my spiritual master, Srila Gaura Haridas Maharaj, who is an amazing master, who gave me Krishna, who gave me the relationship with Krishna, Krishna, my everything, Lord Krishna, Krishna Chaitanya, my heart and soul. I can never thank you enough, because you gave me Krishna, and that's eternal, and that's beautiful, that's wonderful. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Without Krishna, life is empty. With Krishna, life is beautiful. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Sri Krishna, Chaitanya, Srivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda. I offer my respectful obeisances to all the devotees in this Sangha, to all the devotees of the Lord in the world. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Yeah. After hearing this, thank you, O Lord, for that you enable me to read here now. This is the most precious gift you could give me, that I can do the service for you, that I can do the service for my Godfather, Srila Gaura Haridas, that I can do my service for all the devotees, for everybody who gains profit from this. Thank you, Krishna. Hare Krishna. After hearing this, Sanatana Goswami was exceedingly astonished. He could understand. My decision to commit suicide has not been greatly appreciated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sanatana Goswami concluded, Lord Sri Krishna Mahaprabhu, who knows everything, past, present, and future, has forbidden me to commit suicide. He then fell down, touching the lotus feet of the Lord, and spoke to him as follows. My Lord, you are the omniscient, merciful, independent, supreme Lord, exactly like an instrument of wood. I dance as you make me do so. I am low-born indeed. I am the lowest. I am condemned, for I have all the characteristics of a sinful man. If you keep me alive, what will be the profit? Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, your body is my property. You have already surrendered unto me. Therefore, you no longer have any claim to your body. Why should you want to destroy another's property? Can't you consider what is right and wrong? Your body is my principal instrument for executing many necessary functions. By your body, I shall carry out many tasks. You shall have to ascertain the basic principles of a devotee, devotional service, love of Godhead, Vaishnava duties, and Vaishnava characteristics. You will also have to explain Krishna's devotional service, establish centers for cultivation of love of Krishna. Wow, that's one. Excavate lost places of pilgrimage and teach people how to adopt the renounced order. Mathura Vrindavana is my own very dear abode. I want to do many things there to preach Krishna consciousness. By the order of my mother, I am sitting here in Jagannatha Puri. Therefore, I cannot go to Mathura Vrindavana to teach people how to live there according to the religious principles. I have to do all this work through your body. But you want to give it up? How can I tolerate this? At that time, Sanatana Goswami said to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. No one can understand the deep ideas you plan within your heart. A wooden doll chants and dances according to the direction of a magician, but does not know how he is dancing and singing. My dear Lord, as you cause one to dance, he dances accordingly. But how he dances and who he is causing him to dance, he does not know. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said to Haridasa Thakura, my dear Haridasa, please hear me. Please hear me. This gentleman wants to destroy another's property. One who is extrused with another's property does not distribute it or use it for his own purposes. Therefore, I tell him not to do such an unlawful thing. Haridasa Thakura replied, we are falsely proud of our capabilities. Actually, we cannot understand your deep intentions unless you inform us. We cannot understand what your purpose is or what you want to do through them. My dear sir, since you, a great personality, have accepted Sanatana Goswami, he is greatly fortunate. No one can be as fortunate as he. So, how fortunate we all are here. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced both Haridasa Thakura and Sanatana Goswami, and then got up and left to perform his noon duties. My dear Sanatana, Haridasa Thakura said, embracing him, no one can find the limits of your good fortune. No. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has accepted your body as his own property. Therefore, no one can equal you in good fortune. What Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu cannot do with his personal body, he wants to do through you, and he wants to do it in Mathura. Whatever the Supreme Personality of Godhead wants us to do will successfully be accomplished. This is your great fortune. This is my mature opinion. I can understand from the words of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that he wants to write books about the conclusive decision of devotional service and about the regulative principles ascertained from the revealed scriptures. My body could not be used in the service of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, although it took birth in the land of India, this body has been useless. Sanatana Goswami replied, O Haridasa Thakura, who is equal to you? You are one of the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, you are the most fortunate. The mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for which he has descended as an incarnation, is to spread the importance of chanting the holy name of the Lord. How now, instead of personally doing so, he is spreading it through you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. My dear sir, you are chanting the holy name 300,000 times daily and informing everyone of the importance of such chanting. Some behave very well, but do not preach the cult of Krishna consciousness, whereas others preach but do not behave properly. You simultaneously perform both duties in relation to the holy name by your personal behavior and by your preaching. You simultaneously perform both duties in relation to the holy name by your personal behavior and by your preaching. Therefore, you are the spiritual master of the entire world, for you are the most advanced devotee in the world. In this way, the two of them passed their time discussing subjects concerning Krishna. Thus, they enjoyed life together. During the time of Ratha Yatra, all the devotees arrived from Bengal to visit the car festival as they had done previously. During the Ratha Yatra festival, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again danced before the car of Jagannatha. When Sanatana Goswami saw this, his mind was astonished. The Lord's devotees from Bengal stayed at Jagannatha Puri during the 4 months of the rainy season, and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu introduced Sanatana Goswami to them all. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu introduced Sanatana Goswami to these and other selected devotees, Advaita Acharya, Nityananda Prabhu, Nityananda Prabhu, Srivasa Thakura, Vakresvara Pandita, Vasudeva Datta, Murari Gupta, Raghava Pandita, Damodara Pandita, Paramananda Puri, Brahmananda Bharari, Svarupa Damodara, Kadadhara Pandita, Sarvabhuma Bhattacharya, Ramananda Raya, Jagananda Pandita, Sankara Pandita, Kasisvara and Govinda. The Lord asked Sanatana Goswami to offer obeisances to all the devotees in a way that befitted each one. Thus, he introduced Sanatana Goswami to them all, just to make him an object of their mercy. Sanatana Goswami was dear to everyone because of his exalted qualities and learning. Suitably, therefore, they bestowed upon him mercy, friendship, and honor. When all the other devotees returned to Bengal after the Ratha Jatra festival, Sanatana Goswami stayed under the care of the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sanatana Goswami observed the Dola Jatra ceremony with the Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In this way, his pleasure increased in the company of the Lord. Sanatana Goswami had come to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Jagannatha Puri. During the months of April, May, and during the months of May, June, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tested him. In that month of May, June, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to the garden of Jamesvara, Lord Shiva, and accepted prasadam there at the request of the devotees. At noon, when it was time for lunch, the Lord called for Sanatana Goswami, whose happiness increased because of the call. At noon, the sand on the beach was as hot as fire, but Sanatana Goswami came by that path, overwhelmed by joy at being called by the Lord. Sanatana Goswami did not feel that his feet were burning in the hot sand. Although the soles of his feet were blistered because of the heat, he nevertheless went to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There he found that the Lord, having taken his lunch, was resting. Govinda gave Sanatana Goswami the plate with the remnants of Lord Chaitanya's food. After taking the prasadam, Sanatana Goswami approached Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Govinda gave Sanatana Goswami the plate with the remnants of Lord Chaitanya's food. After taking the prasadam, Sanatana Goswami approached Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When the Lord inquired, "By which path have you come?" Sanatana Goswami replied, "I have come on the path along the beach." Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "How did you come along the beach where the sand is so hot? Why didn't you come by, by the path in front of the Shimadvara gate? It is very cool. The hot sand must have blistered your soles. Now you cannot walk. How did you tolerate it?" Sanatana Goswami replied, "I did not feel much pain, nor did I know that there were blisters because of the heat." Yeah, isn't that great? I have no right to pass by Simshadvara, for the servants of Jagannatha are always coming and going there. I have no right to pass the Samadvara, for the servants of Jagannatha are always coming and going there. The servants are always coming and going without interval. If I touch them, I shall be ruined. Having heard all these details, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, greatly pleased, spoke as follows. "My dear Sanatana, although you are the deliverer of the entire universe, and although even the demigods and great saints are purified by touching you, it is the characteristic of a devotee to observe and protect the Vaishnava etiquette. Maintenance of the Vaishnava etiquette is the ornament of a devotee. If one transgresses the laws of etiquette, people make fun of him, and thus he is vanquished in both this world and the next. By observing the etiquette, you have satisfied my mind. Who else but you show this example?" After saying this, if Guru, is it possible to give a purport on this verse?
Okay, read the
Yeah.
verse again. Read the verse again.
Yes. I do a couple of verses. If one transgresses the laws of etiquette, people make fun of him, and thus he is vanquished in both this world and the next. By observing the etiquette, you have satisfied my mind. Who else but you could show this example?
Okay, read it again.
If one transgresses the laws of etiquette, people make fun of him, and thus he is vanquished in both this world and the next. By observing the etiquette, you have satisfied my mind. Who else but you could show this example?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So the person, so the Lord is speaking from the position of, if you criticize a pure devotee who's realized God, you're vanquished. Not the devotee's not vanquished, but a person is vanquished because of that.
Yes.
So, the Vaishnava is the opportunity to transcend illusion. So Sanatana Goswami is acting very similar to the way the Lord acted, taking sannyas. He observed the Vaishnava etiquette so people would not criticize him, and so that was just one strategy. But the thing is, people have to learn what is pure devotional service, and just to observe the etiquette it's like, okay, it just kind of keeps things going according to a level of goodness and etiquette, but there's not real truth in it yet.
Mhm.
See, because the servants of Jagannath didn't take the shelter of Sanatana Goswami. Probably they didn't know the value of real devotees, so it kind of keeps things going on, and people, there's no disturbance there. But then again, there's the chance, like Nityananda was the other side. He went out and didn't observe the etiquette. He just did whatever he felt his heart was inspired. So the Lord does two things sometimes. So he has some devotees observe the etiquette, and then he has some devotees break all the etiquette and show what Vrindavan is like.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Show the
just-
truth.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's
More
kind of like
important to show the truth than to follow
show
the
the truth.
etiquette.
Yeah. And
Mhm.
so so it just depends on see, like you notice in Vaishnavism, there's big heavy emphasis on the etiquette, and
Yeah.
but people don't know what is real Krishna conscious. They think it's the etiquette. They think, oh, you see, a devotee is always like this. So if I go to like a guru who is really not qualified, and I go, oh, Guru Dave, you're doing great things. See, I'm lying. It's a lie. You're cheating.
Wow. So
Yeah.
actually, here is written that this path is the elevated path
Mhm.
that transcends above the etiquette,
Yeah.
rules and regulations, and it's better to pay attention to the real loving rasa with Krishna and with Lord Chaitanya.
Yeah,
And
well, it depends on
path
how
that-
the devotee. It depends on how the devotee's inspired. So the devotee may be inspired to follow like a Rupa Goswami way,
Hmm.
or actually the other way. So there's two ways to perform devotional service. Some devotees will just do it within their mind and everything, but then it's not really revealed this
No.
path. So,
Okay.
I'm inspired to do it like this, and just teach more directly these truths, so people can, when they're ready, because a lot of people will be, the etiquette is their challenge. They say, oh, Gaur Hari, I won't go associate with him because he doesn't follow the etiquettes. Like, he's not giving respect to pure devotees, which is, what is it? That's a lie. No, I only give respect to pure devotees, but I'm not here to teach people to give respect to those who are not in transcendental consciousness.
Mhm.
They haven't
Exactly.
achieved Krishna yet. I'm sorry, I'm not here. I don't want to set that example, because if you think that they can deliver you, that's a lie. That's an illusion. They can't.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the different examples. And so whoever's ready, the Lord will draw them. Jesus is also, he didn't give respect to the Pharisees. He told people the way it was. They're actually can't deliver you. They still got the cheating in them. They're vipers and liars and deceivers.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of that in Vaishnavism, man.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Great.
and if you if you believe in that, it's just like people. If you believe your authorities are liars, cheaters, and deceivers, wherever they are, you're going to be polluted by it just by your faith in that.
Yeah.
I have no faith in that. I have no faith in persons who are not delivered out of illusion. I have faith the Lord in the Lord who is in the abode of real devotees.
Yeah.
See? Then I know those persons are real. Their substance.
Exactly. It's a great verse, though. It's thank you so much for your comment. It hits the speaker. It hits.
I never understood it to this degree. I always wondered about it, but today the Lord, since you asked, the Lord showed me, and I show you.
Wow, it's fantastic. I'm happy. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for asking.
After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Sanatana Goswami, and the moisture oozing from the itching sores on Sanatana's body, smeared the body of the Lord. Although Sanatana Goswami repeatedly forbade Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to embrace him, the Lord still did so. Thus his body was smeared with the moisture from Sanatana's body, and Sanatana became greatly distressed. Thus both servant and master departed for their respective homes. The next day, Jagadananda Pandita went to meet Sanatana Goswami. When Jagadananda Pandita and Sanatana Goswami sat together and began to discuss topics about Krishna, Sanatana Goswami submitted to Jagadananda Pandita the cause of his distress. I came here to diminish my unhappiness by seeing Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but the Lord did not allow me to execute what was in my mind. Although I forbid him to do so, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu nevertheless embraces me, and therefore his body becomes smeared with the discharges from my itching sores. In this way, I am committing offenses at his lotus feet, and from these offenses I shall certainly not be delivered. At the same time, I cannot see Lord Jagannatha. This is my great unhappiness. I came here for my benefit, but now I see that I am getting just the opposite. I do not know, nor can I ascertain how there will be benefit for me. Jagadananda Pandita said, the most suitable place for you to reside is Vrindavana. After seeing the Ratha Jatra festival, you can return there. The Lord has already ordered both of you brothers to situate yourself in Vrindavana. There you will achieve all happiness. Your purpose in coming has been fulfilled, for you have seen the lotus feet of the Lord. Therefore, after seeing Lord Jagannatha on the Ratha Jatra car, you can leave. Sanatana Goswami replied, you have given me very good advice. I shall certainly go there, for that is the place the Lord has given me for my residence. After talking in this way, Sanatana Goswami and Jagadananda Pandita returned to their respective duties. The next day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to see Haridasa and Sanatana Goswami. Haridasa Thakura offered obeisances to the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Lord embraced him in ecstatic love. Haridasa Thakura offered obeisances to the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Lord embraced him in ecstatic love. Sanatana Goswami offered his obeisances and dandavats from a distant place, but Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called him again and again to embrace him. Out of fear of committing offenses, Sanatana Goswami did not come forward to meet Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Lord, however, went forward to meet him. Sanatana Goswami backed away, but Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu caught him by force and embraced him. Yeah. Can I say something on this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I once experienced that if you once met the Lord, and if you then try to hide for the Lord, that's not possible because he's coming after you. He's coming after you. Once he came waking me up in a dream. If you think that you can escape from me or that you can ignore me, that's not possible. Then I come and get you. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's written here.
Yeah.
That these experiences we have as devotees, and it's written here. It's in a similar thing. You try to hold back.
Yeah.
Once you already met him, it's not
Yeah.
possible. Then the Lord will come to you.
Yeah. That's
Wow.
conclusive. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Krishna. Thank you. The Lord took them both with him and sat down in a sacred place. Then Sanatana Goswami, who was advanced in renunciation, began to speak. I came here for my benefit, he said, but I see that I am getting just the opposite. I am unfit to render service. I simply commit offenses day after day. By nature, I am low-born. I am contaminated reservoir of sinful activities. If you touch me, sir, that will be a great offense on my part. Moreover, blood is running from infected itching sores on my body, smearing your body with moisture, but still you touch me by force. Moreover, blood is running from infected itching sores on my body, smearing your body with moisture, but still you touch me by force. My dear sir, you do not have even a pinch of aversion to touching my body, which is in a horrible condition. Because of this offense, everything auspicious will be vanquished for me. Therefore, I see that I will get nothing auspicious by staying here. Kindly give me orders allowing me to return to Vrindavana after the Raja Chatra festival. I have consulted Jagadananda Pandita for his opinion, and he also advised me to return to Vrindavana. Hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in an angry mood, began to chastise Jagadananda Pandita. Jaga is only a new boy, but he has become so proud that he thinks himself competent to advise a person like you. In affairs of spiritual advancement and even in ordinary dealings, you are on the level of his spiritual master, yet not knowing his own value, he dares to advise you. You, yet not knowing his own value, he dares to advise you. My dear Sanatana, you are on the level of my advisor, for you are an authorized person. Hare Krishna. But Jaga wants to advise you. This is but the impudence of a naughty boy. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was thus chastising Jagadananda Pandita, Sanatana Goswami fell at the Lord's feet and said, I can now understand the fortunate position of Jagadananda. I can also understand my misfortune. No one in this world is as fortunate as Jagadananda. Sir, you are making Jagadananda drink the nectar of affectionate relationships, whereas by offering me honorable prayers, you are making me drink the bitter juice of Nimba and Nisinda. It is my misfortune that you have not accepted me as one of your intimate relations, but you are the completely independent, supreme personality of Godhead. Hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was somewhat ashamed. Just to satisfy Sanatana Goswami, he spoke the following words. My dear Sanatana, please do not think that Jagadananda is more dear to me than you. However, I cannot tolerate transgression of the standard etiquette. You are an experienced authority in the Shastras, whereas Jaga is just a young boy. You have the power to convince even me. In many places, you have already convinced me about ordinary behavior and devotional service. Jaga's advising you is intolerable for me. Therefore, I am chastising him. I offer you praise not because I think of you as being outside an intimate relationship with me, but because you are actually so qualified that one is forced to praise your qualities. I offer you praise not because I think of you as being outside an intimate relationship with me, but because you are actually so qualified that one is forced to praise your qualities. Wow. Although one has affection for many persons, different types of ecstatic love awaken according to the nature of one's personal relationships. You consider your body dangerous and awful, but I think that your body is like nectar. Even if your body were material, I still could not neglect it, for the material body should be considered neither good nor bad. Anything not conceived in relationship to Krishna should be understood to be illusion, Maya. None of the illusions uttered by words or conceived in the mind are factual, because illusions is not factual. There is no distinction between what we think is good and what we think is bad. When we speak of the absolute truth, such speculations do not apply. In the material world, conceptions of good and bad are all mental speculations. Therefore, saying this is good and this is bad is all a mistake. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater. They see with equal vision. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater. Great. One who is fully satisfied in knowledge obtained and practically one who is fully satisfied in knowledge obtained and practically applied in life, who is always determined and fixed in his spiritual position, who completely controls his senses and who sees pebbles, stones, and gold on the same level, is understood to be a perfect yogi. Since I am in the renounced order, my duty is to make no distinctions and be equipoised. My knowledge must be equally disposed towards sandalwood pulp and dirty mud. For this reason, I cannot reject you. If I hated you, I would deviate from my occupational duty. Haridasa said, my dear Lord, what you have spoken deals with external formalities. I do not accept it. My Lord, we are all fallen, but you have accepted us due to your attribute of being merciful to the fallen. This is well known all over the world.
See, this is a beautiful part of the verse The Lord, this is a devotee. They know, hey, we're really fallen, man. What is this trying to be a yogi thing? And that you're speaking about external things. That Ras is just a Ras of knowledge and renunciation and all that stuff. No, your attribute is this mercy, and you're giving this mercy that we can relate to you in a very intimate way, and you can show all your mercy and power on us. This is the real truth. I mean, you've come here to distribute this mercy, not to make us yogis and to be perfect in renunciation. And so, even in Vaishnavism, many Vaishnavas don't know this. They think it's all about being really renounced and following rules and regulations strictly, and that is the highest pleasure of the Lord and the highest realization. But actually, no, it's just take the mercy, man, when it's here, you know, and be happy with it. Like Haridas said, look at Haridas, the highest devotee, thinking, hey, I ain't anything special, but your mercy is special. Your mercy is amazing. It's elevated. Another place, Haridas says, it's elevated to me to the Vaikuntha platform. Well, your mercy is powerful. Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead there.
Yes. My Lord, we are all fallen, but you have accepted us due to your attribute of being merciful to the fallen. This is well known all over the world. Lord Chaitanya smiled and said, listen, Haridasa and Sanatana. Now I am speaking the truth about how my mind is attached to you. My dear Haridasa and Sanatana, I think of you as my little boys to be maintained by me. The maintainer never takes seriously any faults of the maintained. I always think of myself as deserving no respect, but because of affection, I always consider you to be like my little children. When a child passes stool and urine that touch the body of the mother never hates the child. On the contrary, she takes much pleasure in cleansing him. The stool and urine of the maintained child appear like sandalwood pulp to the mother. Similarly, when the full moisture oozing from the source of Sanatana touches my body, I have no hatred for him. Haridasa Thakura said, my dear sir, you are the supreme personality of Godhead and are most merciful towards us. No one can understand what is within you, your deeply affectionate heart. You embraced the leper Vasudeva, whose body was fully infected by worms. You are so kind that in spite of this condition, you embraced him. By embracing him, you made his body as beautiful as that of Cupid. We cannot understand the waves of your mercy. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, the body of a devotee is never material. It is considered to be transcendental, full of spiritual bliss. At the time of initiation, when a devotee fully surrenders unto the service of the Lord, Krishna accepts him to be as good as himself. When the devotee's body is thus transformed into spiritual existence, the devotee in that transcendental body renders service to the lotus feet of the Lord. The living entity who is subjected to birth and death attains immortality when he gives up all material activities, dedicates his life to the execution of my order and acts according to my directions. In this way, he becomes fit to enjoy the spiritual bliss derived from exchanging love mellows with me. Krishna somehow or other manifested these itching sores on the body of Sanatana Goswami and sent him here to test me. If I had hated Sanatana Goswami and had not embraced him, I would certainly have been chastised for offenses to Krishna. Sanatana Goswami is one of the associates of Krishna. There could not be any bad odor from his body. On the first day I embraced him, I smelled the aroma of Katushama, a mixture of sandalwood pulp, camphor, oguru, and musk. In fact, however, when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced the body of Sanatana Goswami, by the Lord's touch alone, there was manifested a fragrance exactly like that of sandalwood pulp. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "My dear Sanatana, do not be aggrieved, for when I embrace you, I actually get great pleasure. Stay with me at Jagannatha Puri for 1 year, and after that I shall send you to Vrindavana." After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again embraced Sanatana Goswami. Thus immediately Sanatana's sores disappeared, and his entire body resembled the color of gold. Seeing the change, Haridasa Thakura, greatly astonished, told the Lord, "This is your pastime. My dear Lord, you made Sanatana Goswami drink the water of Jarikanda, and you actually generated the consequent itching sores on his body. After thus causing these itching sores, you examined Sanatana Goswami. No one can understand your transcendental pastimes." Wow, it's great. The Lord, he provoked these sores to test him. That's great. And so much love, so much compassion, so much surrendering, so much richness. This is what we get here. Wow.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. I
Well,
think,
yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to read. And
No, it's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm going to leave it until here. And
okay.
It's
So, Lalita Ganga, you want to read something? Or whatever you want to do. You're the artist up now, so we'll follow your lead.
Well, I don't know, Guru Maharaj. I'm a little bit tired, but I can read. I can read.
If you want, okay.
You have any idea what you want me to read?
What about you? Do you have any idea? No.
Never. I do.
Never? How about some Krishna Lila?
Yeah. Which one? Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 10, or?
I'll let you decide that. You decide.
It's difficult because.
Because what?
I don't know much.
Oh, okay. All right. How about Govinda Lilamrita?
Yeah, that I know. Well, I don't know the book, but I know it's a
Oh,
good book.
actually, no. How about Srimad Bhagavatam? Read
Okay.
something from Srimad Bhagavatam,
Okay.
10th canto.
Okay. It's difficult because Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Hare Krishna. Something about the gopis, is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Uh, Krishna and the gopis meet for the rasa dance.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All glories to my spiritual master, Srila Gaura Haridas Maharaj Acharya. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. All glories to Jagannath Babaji. All glories, all glories. All glories to Bhakti Vinod Thakur, to Lord Nityananda, to Lord Chaitanya, to Radha Rani, and to Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 3. Badarayana said, see Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, filled in all opulences. Yet, upon seeing those autumn nights scented with blossoming jasmine flowers, he turned his mind toward loving affairs. To fulfill his purposes, he employed his internal potency. The moon then rose, announcing the face of the eastern horizon with the reddish hue of his comforting rays, and thus dispelling the pain of all who watched him rise. The moon was like a beloved husband who returns after a long absence and adorns the face of his beloved wife with red kumkuma. Lord Krishna saw the unbroken disk of the full moon glowing with the red effulgence of newly applied vermilion, as if it were the face of the goddess of fortune. He also saw the Kumuda lotuses opening in response to the moon's presence, and the forest gently illumined it by its rays. Thus the Lord began sweetly to play on his flute, attracting the minds of the beautiful-eyed gopis. When the young women in Vrindavan heard Krishna's flute song, which arouses romantic feelings. Their minds were captivated by the Lord. They went to where their lover waited, each unknown to the others, moving so quickly that their earrings swung back and forth. Some of the gopis were milking cows when they heard Krishna's flute. They stopped milking and went off to meet him. Some left milk curdling on the stove, and others left cakes burning in the oven. Some of them were getting dressed, feeding milk to their infants or rendering personal servants to their husbands. But they all gave up their duties and went to meet Krishna. Other gopis were taking their evening meals, washing themselves, putting on cosmetics, or applying kajila on their eyes. But all the gopis stopped these activities at once, and though their clothes and ornaments were in complete disarray, they rushed off to Krishna. Their husbands, fathers, brothers, and other relatives tried to stop them, but Krishna had already stolen their hearts. Enchanted by the sound of his flute, they refused to turn back. Some of the gopis, however, couldn't manage to get out of their houses, and instead they remained home with eyes closed, meditating upon him, meditating upon him in pure love. For those gopis who couldn't go to see Krishna, intolerable separation from their beloved caused an intense agony that burned away all impious karma. By meditating upon him, they realized his embrace, and the ecstasy they then felt exhausted their maternal piety. Although Lord Krishna is a supreme soul, these girls simply thought of him as their male lover, and they associated with him in that intimate mood. Thus, their karmic bondage was nullified, and they abandoned their gross material bodies. Sri Hare Krishna. Sri Pariksit Maharaj said, "O sage, the gopis knew Krishna only as their lover, not as a supreme absolute truth. So, how could these girls, their minds caught up in the waves of the modes of nature, free themselves from material attachment?"
Hey, after you finish that chapter, let Shama read something too from whatever she wants.
I don't know if this is a long chapter or not.
No, it's not so long.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, just read the whole chapter, no problem.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I don't know where I stayed now.
Oh, you missed up. Sorry about that.
O sage, the gopis knew Krishna only as their lover, not as the supreme absolute truth. So how could these girls, their minds caught up in the waves of the modes of nature, free themselves from material attachment? If she wants to read now, she can, because I know she doesn't have much time, Guru Maharaj.
Well, what's your time frame there, Shama? Do you have much time?
I have 1 hour. I have 1 hour.
Okay, so no, that's fine. Just continue. Read the chapter and let her do it. Okay.
Okay. Sri Pariksit Maharaj said, Sukadeva Goswami said, this point was explained to you previously, since even Shishupal, who hated Krishna, achieved perfection. Then what to speak of the Lord's dear devotees? O King, the Supreme Lord is inexhaustible and immeasurable, and he is untouched by the material modes because he is their controller. His personal appearance in this world is meant for bestowing the highest benefit on humanity. Persons who constantly direct their lust, anger, fear, protective affection, feeling of impersonal oneness or friendship toward Lord Hari are sure to become absorbed in thought of him. You should not be so astonished by Krishna, the emborn master of all masters of mystic power, the supreme personality of Godhead. After all, it's the Lord who liberates this world. Seeing that the girls of Raja had arrived, Lord Krishna, the best of speakers, greeted them with charming words that bewildered their minds. Lord Krishna said, O most fortunate ladies, welcome. What may I do to please you? Is everything well in Vraja? Please tell me the reason for your coming here. This night is quite frightening, and frightening creatures are lurking about. Return to Vraja, slender-waisted girls. This is not a proper place for women. Not finding you at home, your mothers, your father's sons, brothers and husbands are certainly searching for you. Don't cause anxiety for your family members. Now, you have seen this Vrindavan forest full of flowers and resplendent with the light of the full moon. You have seen the beauty of the trees, with their leaves trembling in a gentle breeze coming from the Yamuna. So now, go back to the coward village. Don't delay. O chaste ladies, serve your husbands and give milk to your crying babies and calves. On the other hand, perhaps you have come here out of your great love for me, which has taken control of your hearts. This is, of course, quite commendable on your part, since all living entities possess natural affection for me. The highest religious duty for a woman is to sincerely serve her husband, behave well toward her husband's family, and take good care of her children. Women who desire a good destination in the next life should never abandon a husband who has not fallen from his religious standards, even if he is obnoxious, unfortunate, old, intelligent, sickly, or poor. For a woman from a respectable family, petty adulterous affairs are always condemned. They bar her from heaven, ruin her reputation, and bring her difficulty and fear. Transcendental love for me arises by the devotional processes of hearing about me, seeing my deity form, meditating on me, and faithfully chanting my glories. The same result is not achieved by mere physical proximity. So please go back to your homes. Sukadeva Goswami said, hearing these unpleasant words spoken by Govinda, the gopis became morose. Their great hopes were frustrated and they felt unsurmountable anxiety. Their heads hanging down and their heavy, sorrowful breathing drying up their reddened lips. The gopis scratched the ground with their toes. Tears flowed from their eyes, carrying their kajala and washing away the vermilion smeared on their breast. As they stood silently, bearing the burden of their unhappiness. Although Krishna was their beloved, and although they had abandoned all other objects of desire for his sake, he had been speaking to them unfavorably. Nonetheless, they remained unflinching in their attachment to him. Stopping their crying, they wiped their eyes and began to speak, their voices stammering with agitation. The beautiful Gopi said, "O all-powerful one, you should not speak in this cruel way. Do not reject us, who have renounced all material enjoyment to render devotional service to your lotus feet. Reciprocate with us, O stubborn one, just as the primeval Lord Sri Narayana reciprocates with his devotees in their endeavors for liberation. Our dear Krishna, as an expert in religion, you have advised us that the proper religious duty for women is to faithfully serve their husbands, children, and other relatives. We agree that this principle is valid, but actually, this service should be rendered to you. After all, O Lord, you are the dearmost friend of all embodied souls. You are their most intimate relative and indeed their very self. Expert transcendentalists always direct their affection toward you because they recognize you as their true self and eternal beloved. What use do we have for these husbands, children, and relatives of ours who simply give us trouble? Therefore, O Supreme Controller, grant us your mercy. O lotus-eyed, please. Do not cut down our long cherished hope to have your association. Until today, our minds were absorbed in household affairs, but you easily stole both our minds and our hands away from our housework. Now, our feet won't move one step from your lotus feet. How can we go back to Vraja? What would we do there? Dear Krishna, please pour the nectar of your lips upon the fire within our hearts, a fire you ignited with your smiling glances and the sweet song of your flute. If you do not, we will consign our bodies to the fire of separation from you, O friend, and thus, like yogis, attain to the abode of your lotus feet by meditation. Oh, lotus-eyed one, the goddess of fortune considers it a festive occasion whenever she touches the soles of your lotus feet. You're very dear to the residents of the forest, and therefore we will also touch those lotus feet. From that time on, we will be unable even to stand in the presence of any other man, for we will have been fully satisfied by you. Goddess Lakshmi, whose glance is sought after by the demigods with great endeavor, has achieved the unique position of always remaining on the chest of her Lord Narayana. Still, she desires the dust of his lotus feet, even though she has to share that dust with Tulsi Devi, and indeed with the Lord's many other servants. Similarly, we have approached the dust of your lotus feet for shelter. Therefore, O vanquisher of all distress, please show us mercy. To approach your lotus feet, we abandoned our families and homes, and we have no desire other than to serve you. Our hearts are burning with intense desires generated by your beautiful smiling glances. O jewel among men, please make us your maidservants. In your face, encircled by curling locks of hair, your cheeks beautified by earrings, your lips full of nectar, and your smiling glance, and also seeing your two imposing arms, which take away our fear, and your chest, which is the only source of pleasure for the goddess of fortune, we must become your maidservants. Dear Krishna, what woman in all the three worlds wouldn't deviate from religious behavior when bewildered by the sweet, drowned out melody of your flute? Your beauty makes all three worlds auspicious. Indeed, even the cows, the birds, the trees, and deer manifest the ecstatic symptom of bodily hair standing on end when they see your beautiful form. Clearly, you have taken birth in this world to relieve the fear and distress of the people of Raja, just as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Primeval Lord, protects the domain of the demigods. Therefore, O friend of the distressed, kindly place your lotus hand on your maidservant's head and burning breasts. Sukadeva Goswami said, smiling upon hearing these despondent words from the gopis, Lord Krishna, the supreme master of all masters of mystic yoga, mercifully enjoyed with them, although he is self-satisfied. Among the assembled devotees, the infallible Lord Krishna appeared just like the moon surrounded by stars. His whose activities are so magnanimous made their faces blossom with his affectionate glances, and his broad smiles revealed the effulgence of his jasmine bud like teeth. As the gopis sang his praises, that leader of hundreds of women sang loudly in reply. He moved among them, wearing his Vaijayanti garland, beautified the Vrindavan forest. Sri Chaitanya went with the gopis to the bank of the Yamuna, where the sand was cooling and the wind enlivened by the river's waves bore the fragrance of lotuses. There Krishna threw his arms around the gopis and embraced them. He aroused Cupid in the beautiful young ladies of Raja by touching their hands, their hair, their tights, their belts and breasts, by playfully scratching them with his fingernails, and also by joking with them, glancing at them and laughing with them. In this way the Lord enjoyed his pastimes. The gopis became proud of themselves for having received such special attention from Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and each of them thought herself the best woman on earth. Lord Keshava, seeing the gopis too proud of their good fortune, wanted to relieve them of this pride and show them further mercy. Thus he immediately disappeared. It's your I hurry.
Thank you, Lalitka. It was juicy. Hare Krishna.
Not really.
Please tell me, because I'm speaking from my laptop and there is a camera, and now I'm changed the window for a book. Now, can you see me now?
Yeah. We see you.
Okay, super. I'm going to read Chaitanya Bhagavat Adi Lila chapter 2. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Shri Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
All glories to our beloved Gurudev, Srila Gaura Haridas. All glories to all beautiful devotees in the Sangha. All glories to Ivo, who has birthday today. And all glories to Sri Chaitanya, to Lord Chaitanya. All glories to Sri Krishna. And all the most glories to Radharani. Adi Lila chapter 2. All glories to the beatific Chaitanya, who is Sri Jagannatha, Misra's son and the supreme Lord of all. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, the life and soul of Sri Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Gadadhara Pandita. All glories to the shelter of Sri Advaita Acharya and the others devotees. All glories to Lord Sri Gauranga and his associations. One receives loving devotion to the Supreme simply by hearing transcendental topics about Lord Chaitanya. Again, I offer my obeisance at the Lord's lotus feet and at the lotus feet of all his associates, so that the pastimes of the Lord may appear on my tongue. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, the ocean of compassion. And all glories to Lord Nityananda, the embodiment of loving devotional service. The spiritual identities of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda as brothers and as servitors of the Supreme Lord are unknown. Yet by their causeless mercy, their absolute identities were revealed. Lord Brahma was enlightened about the absolute truth by Lord Krishna's mercy. Srimad Bhagavatam and all Vedic scriptures describe this. May the Lord, who is the beginning of creation, amplified the potent knowledge of Brahma from within his heart and inspired him with full knowledge of creation and of his own self, and who appeared to be generated from the mouth of Brahma, be pleased with me. In the beginning, Lord Brahma did not have the power to see anything, although he had been born on a lotus from the Lord's navel. But when he completely surrendered himself to the Supreme Lord, the Lord, by his causeless mercy, appeared before him. That same mercy enlightened Lord Brahma with absolute knowledge of the Supreme Lord, the origin of all incarnations. Therefore, spontaneous, pure glorification of him, sprang from Brahma's mouth. Without Lord Krishna's causeless mercy, it is impossible to know the truth about his incarnation. His supramundane pastimes are inconceivable and inaccessible. Lord Brahma described them in the Bhagavata Purana. O Lord of the universe, O Supreme Person, O Supreme Soul, O Lord of the mystics, how marvelous you are! Who within the three worlds can know when, where, why, and how you expand your eternal spiritual potency, Yoga Maya, and perform your transcendental pastimes? Who can fathom the ontological reason for your advent in this world? Therefore, I can only submit the conclusions of Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavata Purana as reasons for your appearance. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice or descendant of Bharata and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself in order to deliver the pious and annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion. I advent myself millennium after millennium. Whenever religious practice becomes weak, irreligion gradually increases. Therefore, Lord Brahma and others humbly requested the Lord to appear and protect the pious and destroy the demons, in order to re-establish the religion process of the age. The Supreme Lord descended on the earth with his eternal associates. The religion of Kali Yuga is congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name, and in order to propagate this religious process, Lord Chaitanya appeared as the son of Mother Sachi. It is confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam that the supreme absolute truth, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, incarnated solely to propagate the congregational chanting of Krishna's holy name. O King Nimi, devotees always offer prayers to the Supreme Lord Hari. But now I will explain how the devotees in the Kali Yuga offer the choicest prayers accompanied by various rituals and regulations for the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord. In this age of Kali, people who are endowed with sufficient intelligence will worship the Lord, who is accompanied by his associates by performance of Sankirtana Yagna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Chaitanya, propagated the essence of all religion for the age of Kali, congregational chanting of Lord Hari's holy name. Hare Krishna. Accompanied by his associates, he appeared in Kali Yuga simply to establish the religion practice of congregational chanting. According to his desire, his eternal associates appeared before him, taking birth as humans. Ananta Shesha, Shiva, Brahma, the sages and other associates of the Lord they all took birth as highly elevated pure Vaishnava devotees, Bhagavatas. Lord Chaitanya, Krishna, knew everyone's position and identity. Most of them took birth in Navadvip. Yet some were born in Katogram, Radhadesh, or Srihata, Bengal, and still others in Orissa. All these associates appeared in different places, but everyone met in Navadvip. Shiva Pandita, Sri Rama Pandita, and Sri Chandra Sekhar are personalities worshipped in all three worlds. Sri Murari Gupta can cure the desires of material entanglement. Vaishnavas of this caliber appeared in Shrihata. Pundarika Vidyanidhi, the foremost Vaishnava devotee, Chaitanya Vallabha, who was very dear to Lord Chaitanya, and Vasudeva Datta. All appeared in Katogram. Haridas Thakura appeared in Bhuthan. The village Ekachakra is in the Radhadesha district of Bengal. The Supreme Lord Nityananda made his appearance there. Lord Nityananda is factually the Supreme Father of all living entities. But to show mercy on Hadai Pandita, a Brahmin and pure devotee, he took birth as his son. Lord Nityananda is an ocean of mercy, the shelter of all Vaishnava devotees, and the giver of devotion. He appeared in the district of Radhadesha, expressing their happiness at the appearance of Lord Nityananda. The demigods made joyous sounds and showered flowers. All this was performed unseen by ordinary mundane eyes. From the time of Nityananda's appearance, Radhadesha district grew more and more prosperous each day. Sri Paramananda Puri, who was Lord Chaitanya's close associates in Nilachala, appeared in Trihut in Mithila, Bihar. When the land on the banks of Mother Ganga are places of pilgrimage, why did the Vaishnava devotees appear in impious lands? Chaitanya himself descended on the banks of Mother Ganga. So why did his eternal associates appear in faraway places? In their travels, the Pandavas avoided countries devoid of the sound of the holy name of the Lord and the waters of Mother Ganga. Lord Krishna Chaitanya, being compassionate on the unfortunate soul born in those lands, arranged for the pure Vaishnava devotees to appear there. His own appearance was required simply to redeem the material world. In order to accomplish this, he arranged for his pure devotees to take birth in impious lands and in impious families. Wherever and in whichever family the pure Vaishnava devotee appeared, he was able to purify everyone in the vicinity by his pure spiritual potency. The birthplace of a pure Vaishnava becomes a place of pilgrimage. Therefore, the Supreme Lord Chaitanya arranged that his associates take birth in many different places. And although they were all born in different places, they met, as if by accident, in Navadvip. Lord Chaitanya's birthplace was Navadvip. Hence, Navadvip was the meeting place of all the devotees. The glory of Navadvip cannot be compared to any other place in the world. Knowing about Lord Chaitanya's descent in Navadvip, province made it prosperous and flourishing town to receive the Lord, who is capable to describing Navadvip's opulence. Who is capable of describing Navadvip opulence? Hundreds of thousands crowd to bath on the banks of the Ganga. By Goddess Saraswati's grace, residents of Navadvip of all different ages were learned exponent of the scriptures. The people were proud of their material knowledge. Even young boys argued logic with senior scholars. Students came from different parts of the country to study in Navadvip because there they could get a taste for scholastics. The number of students in Navadvip was incalculable, and the exact count of professors was also undetermined. The residents were content, favored by the favorable glances of Rama, Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, but they wasted their time spending money for sense pleasures and other worldly affairs. As they grew prouder and more materialistic, people's tastes for devotional service to the Supreme Lord had decreased alarmingly, and the beginning of Kali Yuga had ushered in immortal activities. The only religious or devotional activities they knew were invocation to the demigods and demigoddesses, especially Durga Devi, and prayers for temporary material benedictions. Some arrogantly worship Manasa, the goddess of snakes. Others wasted huge amounts of wealth worshipping dolls. They squandered large sums on the marriages of their sons and daughters, and in this way they wasted their human life. Even the so-called learned high priest, Bhattacharya, Chakravarti, and Mishra, etc., did not know the purpose of the scriptures. Though they taught the scriptures, their activities were contrary to scripture's injunction, so along with their students, they drowned in the deluge of inequality. Nobody was engaged in explaining the import of congregational chanting of Lord Krishna's holy name, the religion of Kali Yuga. They spent their time simply finding faults in others. As for the superstitious so-called renunciates and hermits, not a single name of God ever escaped their mouths. Those considered most pious in society were heard repeating the Lord's name Govinda or Pundarikaksa only once at the time of daily ablution. Devotional perspectives were invariably absent in explaining transcendental literatures like Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam. The Vaishnava devotees of the Lord became distressing the mass and growth in material existence under the external energy of the Lord. How can all these living entities be liberated? They are completely mesmerized by the myth of sense pleasures. Although people were requested to chant God's holy name, they refused, and instead they foolishly busied themselves acquiring fruitless material knowledge. The elevated Vaishnava devotees continued their devotional activities by worshipping Krishna, taking bath in the Ganga and discussing Krishna consciousness topics. The Vaishnavas became moved to benedict humanity and prayed that Lord Krishna would quickly shower his mercy upon them. Foremost of the great Vaishnavas in Navadvip was Advaita Acharya, who was glorified throughout the world. The preeminent spiritual preceptor was the exponent on knowledge of the absolute science of devotion and renunciation. His delineation of Krishna consciousness topic equaled Lord Shiva's. His explanations on all existing scriptures arrived at the same conclusion. The essence of everything is devotion to Lord Krishna's lotus feet. The essence of everything is a devotion to Lord Krishna's lotus feet. He constantly worshipped Lord Krishna with great devotion, offering him tulasi, blossoms, and Ganga water. His intense attachment for Lord Krishna made him resound loudly in exaltation, and the sound penetrated the coverings of the material world, past the abode of Lord Brahma, and entered in Vaikuntha. Captured by the blooming ecstatic sound of Advaita Acharya's love, Lord Krishna appeared before his devotee. Advaita Acharya Prabhu was the leader of Vaishnavas. His devotional service was the most glorious in Lord Brahma's planetary system. In that manner, Advaita Acharya spent his days in Navadvip. He suffered acute pain at the sight of persons bereft of devotional service. The people were all met after mundane sense pleasures. No one was keen to worship or serve Lord Krishna. Some worshipped Vasuti, a female deity identified with Chandi, with many gifts, while others worshipped the yakshas with flesh and wine. They drowned in the endless tumult of singing, dancing, and music, their ears deaf to the nectarine call of the auspicious name Lord Krishna. The demigods are not satisfied with worship from humans, which is ultimately not pleasing the Lord Krishna. Advaita Acharya, in particular, was extremely unhappy about such worship. Advaita Acharya Prabhu had a very compassionate nature. He was always thinking of how to liberate the conditioned souls. If my Lord descend, then he can liberate everyone. I can boast of being an incarnation of Lord Mahavishnu only if I can convince the Lord of Vaikuntha, Krishna, to appear in this world. And when the Lord of Vaikuntha descend in person, I shall sing and dance in joy and liberate all the conditional souls. Considering matters in this way, he constantly worshipped the lotus feet of Krishna with undeviating resolve. Lord Chaitanya made his appearance because of Advaita Acharya Prabhu's sincere plea. The Lord himself often repeated this fact. Srivasa Pandita and his three brothers were residents of Navadvip. They always chanted Lord Krishna name, bathed in the Ganga, and worshipped Krishna thrice a day. Later, Lord Chaitanya performed many pastimes in Shiva's house. On the instructions of Lord Chaitanya, many of his eternal associates like Sri Chandrasekhar, Shri Yagadisa, Shri Gopinatha, Shriman Shri Murari, Shri Garuda, Shri Gangasada appeared before the Lord. In connection with these various incidents, I mention only those personalities known personally to me. Otherwise, to mention every individual would make this book bulky. Each one of the magnanimous devotees executed his spiritual duties and was concerned only with devotional service to Krishna. Each was unaware of the other spiritual identities, Svarupa, yet they mixed intimately as confidential friends. Wherever they looked, they saw a world devoid of devotion, and their hearts were seared with sorrow. They found no one with any taste for the nectar of Lord Krishna's pastimes. So they simply glorified the Lord amongst themselves. They often spent several hours together. It's similar what is happening now in this Sangha. Srila Gaura Haridas is repeating always that we are living in the pastimes. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. They often spent several hours together in Sri Advaita Acharya's residence discussing topics of Lord Krishna, and in this manner they dispelled all discontent. The devotees saw the world burning in the flames of material existence, and they found no occasion to inspire the people to an awareness of God. This caused them great sorrow. Sri Advaita Acharya joined the community of Vaishnavas in an attempt to make the people conscious of God, but not a soul understood them. Stricken with grief due to people suffering, Sri Advaita Acharya began fasting. All the Vaishnava sighed deeply at the situation. Why sing and dance for Krishna? What is the meaning of congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name? And who are the Vaishnavas? Gross materialistic people running after wealth and family do not comprehend any of these things. Indeed, such atheists only taunt and laugh at the Vaishnavas. As evening descent, Srivasa Thakura and his three brothers would vociferously sing the Lord's name in their house. The atheistic neighbors vilified Srivasa Thakura, pronouncing him mad. They declared that the entire village would be destroyed because of him. The tyrannical Muslims rulers would tear the village apart if they heard people loudly chanting God's name. Some envious neighbors said they would break down Srivasa Thakura's house and float it down the river in order to get rid of him. When Srivasa Thakura leaves, then only will the village be peaceful again. Otherwise, the Muslim rulers will torture us. When the saintly Vaishnavas heard such threats from the atheists, they simply wept, telling their sorrows to Lord Krishna. Sri Advaita Acharya burned with rage on hearing this news, and unconcerned with his states of undress, he addresses the Vaishnavas. Listen, Srivasa Thakura, Sri Gangadasa and Suklambara, I shall make Lord Krishna appear before everyone's eyes. Lord Krishna will come personally and liberate everyone, and along with all you Vaishnavas, the Lord will teach the atheists love of Godhead. And if I fail to keep my promise, I shall manifest my four-handed form and take up the disc. I shall sever the heads of all the atheists. Only then will I accept that Lord Krishna is my Lord, and I master, and I am his proper servitor. Sri Advaita Acharya spoke extensively, and then, resolving himself, he worshipped the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. The collective devotees also worshipped Lord Krishna's lotus feet with great attention and continuous tears. As the devotees went about their duties in Navadvip town, nowhere did they find any discussion about God or devotion. This shocked the devotees with grief. Some contemplated leaving their bodies, while others sobbed Krishna's name, letting out deep long sighs. So severe was their pain at the sight of the futile endeavors of a godless society that they lost all appetite. At last they renounced all material comfort, whereupon the Supreme Lord made preparation to descend to the material world. By the Supreme Lord's desire, Lord Nityananda, the origin of Lord Ananta Shesha, descended before him in the land called Radha. Lord Nityananda made his appearance in the world of Srimati Padmavati Devi on the auspicious 13th day of the waxing moon in a village called Eka Chakra. Although he is the original Supreme Father of everyone, Nityananda allowed Sri Hadai Pandita, a pure and elevated Brahman, to play the role of his father. The Supreme Lord Sri Balarama is an ocean of mercy and is the giver of pure devotional service to Krishna. He has again appeared, this time with the name Nityananda. The denizens of heavenly planets secretly celebrated this occasion, showering flowers, confetti with tumultuous sounds of joy and praise. Lord Nityananda's appearance in the land of Radhadesha gradually increased the district's good fortune in every respect. The Supreme Personality, who appeared to liberate the fallen souls, took the dress of mendicant and traveled everywhere. In this manner, Lord Ananta made his advent. Now, hear descriptions of Lord Krishna's advent. Sri Jagannatha Mishra, the great transcendental personality, resides in Navadvip. He was like Vasudeva, Lord Krishna's father, always engaged in spiritual activities. He was magnanimous and possessed the best of all Brahmanical qualities. His qualities had no comparison in this world. Sri Jagannatha Mishra was of the same spiritual category as Kasyapa, Dasaratha, Vasudeva or Nanda. His dedicated wife, Srimati Sachidevi, was the embodiment of devotion to the Supreme Lord. She was the universal mother. All her 8 daughters passed away, and she was left with one greatly fortunate son, Vishvarupa. Sri Vishvarupa was a beautiful and charming as Cupid and the source of joy for his parents. From birth, Sri Vishvarupa was materially renounced, and as a child he mastered the different scriptures. The godlessness seen in the beginning of Kali Yuga was indicative of what the future had in store. The whole society would become bereft of devotional service. The Supreme Lord descended when religious principles decline and he feels that his devotees are suffering. Thus, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, entered into the bodies of Srimati Sachi Devi and Sri Jagannatha Mishra. Lord Ananta sang hymns praising the Lord. Sri Jagannatha Mishra and Sachi Devi heard everything as if in a dream. Both husband and wife shone bright with spiritual radiance, yet ordinary eyes could not see. Lord Shiva, Brahma, and other demigods, understanding that the Supreme Lord was going to appear, came and offered prayers. These mystical pastimes of the Lord are all recorded, even in the great Vedic scriptures. The eulogies of Lord Brahma and others are most confidential knowledge, and hearing them will result in deep attachment to the Krishna. For Krishna, all glories to the Supreme Lord Chaitanya, the maintainer of all. You have appeared to inaugurate the congregational chanting of holy name. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, the protector of Vedic religion, saintly devotees and pious Brahmans. You are the destroyer of non-devotees and death personified for the atheist. All glories to Lord Chaitanya. Your transcendental form is absolute, eternal, and full of bliss. You are the Supreme Lord of Lords, whose desires cannot be obstructed. You are unmanifest in millions and millions of universes. Yet you manifest yourself in a womb of Srimati Sachi Devi. Who can understand the activities of your sweet will, creation, maintenance, and annihilation of the universes are just aspects of your wonderful pastimes. You made, ignited only by your desire, can destroy the entire cosmic manifestation. Is it not possible then for you to kill demons like Ravana and Kamsa with mere words? In spite of your ability, you appeared in houses of King Dasharatha and Sri Vasudeva to kill these demons. Who can unravel the mystery behind your activities? Only you know your own sweet will. Simply by your desire, any one of your servitors can liberate all the innumerable universes. In spite of it, you descend yourself to teach religious principle to the people of the world and thus benedict them. In Satya Yuga, you appeared with a wheatish complexion to teach the path of austerity and meditation by performing austerity yourself. To establish religious principle, you took the role of celibate Brahmin with matted hair, carrying an antelope skin, mendicat staff, and water pot. In Treta Yuga, you appeared in a beautiful reddish complexion as the Lord of sacrifices to teach the religious practice of sacrifice. With Sruk and Sruva in hand, you yourself conducted the sacrificial rituals. In Dvapara Yuga, you came with the transcendentally beautiful dark complexion of a moonstone cloud and established deity worship in every house. Wearing a yellow cloth and decorated with the Srivatsa sign, which is exclusively yours, you performed opulent deity worship. In Kali Yuga, you appeared as a learned Brahman with a golden yellow complexion to disseminate the most confidential religious practice of congregational chanting of the Lord's holy name. You accept unlimited incarnations. Who has the power to count them? In your incarnation as the transcendental fish Matsya, you came with the waters of annihilation, and as Kurma, the tortoise, you were the support of all living being holding the Mandara mountain. As Hayagriva, you preserved the Vedas and killed the two demons, Madhu and Kaitatha. As Vraha, the boar incarnation, you rescued the earth, and as Lord Nrisimha Deva, you pierced and killed the demon Hiranyakashipu. As the dwarf incarnation, Lord Varaha, you out-tweeted the demon King Bali. As Parasurama, you reached the world of Kshatriyas, the fighting class. As Lord Ramachandra, you destroyed the demon Ravana, and as a Lord Balarama who holds the plough, you expanded unlimitedly. As Lord Buddha, you preach the religion of compassion and non-violence, and as Lord Kalki, you destroyed and degraded mlechas, those who don't follow the Vedic injunction. And as Lord Dhanvantari, you distributed the nectar of immortality, Amrita. And as Lord Hamsa, the Swan incarnation, you spoke the knowledge of the Absolute to the Lord Brahma and others. As Narada Muni, you held the Veena and sang sweetly, and as Srila Vyasudeva, you explained the truth about yourself. Lord Krishna is above all the incarnation and their beautiful external pastimes. He eternally resides in Gokula with many variegate pleasure pastimes. In this present incarnation, you appeared as a pure, unalloyed devotee. You disseminated the knowledge, devotional service, and chanted the holy name. The nectar of congregational chanting of the holy name drowned the entire universe in waves of bliss, and every house knew the process of love of Godhead. How can we describe the universal ecstasy aroused when you danced with all your devotees and servitors? Just by constant remembrance of your lotus feet, your pure devotees freed this world of all ills and inauspiciousness. The touch of their feet dispelled the dark omens of the world, and a mere glance from there purified of all distraction. O Lord Chaitanya, so glorious are your servitors, that when they dance wonderfully with their arms raised, they remove all disturbances in a heavenly planets. O King, when Lord Krishna's devotees dance, accompanying the chanting of the Lord's name, the touch of their feet on the earth purifies the whole world. Their glance purifies all directions, and their upraised arms purify the higher planetary system. O Lord Chaitanya, you are that self-same supreme personality, incarnated in person to perform congregational chanting and distribute love of God with your devotees. O Lord, who possesses the words to describe your wonderful potency, to freely bestow the most confidential and hidden knowledge of the Vedas. O Lord, we ardently desire and pray for that sublime love of Godhead, which you keep as a great mystery, offering liberation instead to spiritual aspirants. You are the spiritual master of the entire creation, and you distribute priceless wealth because of your magnanimity. The chanting of your holy name is the fulfillment of all religion rituals and sacrifices, yet you have personally appeared in Navadvip. O Lord, be kind upon us, so that we may be fortunate enough to see your wonderful activities in Navadvip. O Lord, you have fulfilled the innermost desire of Ganga Devi by supporting in her waters. You exquisite transcendental form with mystics and yogis envision in their meditation has become manifest in Navadvip. I will stay here. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hey.
I just thought about you and you appeared, Guru Maharaj.
Yes, I know. I was watching your thoughts. Thought police here.
Don't read my thoughts, please. Don't do this. How are you, Guru Maharaj?
Good. Yeah, I was just doing I was listening to everybody and I was just resting. So I think I'll go down and do my second sleep here. And I'll see you guys. Thank you for so much. Great reading. Thank you for all attending. All glories to Karuna Sindhu.
All glories to him. Hare Krishna.